I don't have to convince you, you don't have to learn something about, you just have to apply it. Yeah? And then you will figure out if it works for you or not. That's as simple as it is. And you can be against it as much as you want. It will work, it doesn't matter. Because it's just how nature works. And that's what we have to learn about energy medicine. As subtle as it is, and as not mainstream as it is, it's not because it's you know, and it's something you have to believe in to make it work. The reason why energy medicine is not very popular yet is not because it's of what I told you right now, it's because there is no education out. That's the biggest problem. You know, energy medicine is not taught in classical medical faculties. So the students, the young people who study medicine, they don't get anything during their study at university about energy medicine. And that's why, how it can be shared if the source hasn't any idea about it? Well, that's the problem. You know, classical medicine has a proven scheme when it comes what has to be educated as a medical student, what you have to know, and beside maybe utilizing ultrasound for diagnostics, or even magnetic resonance for diagnostics, because it's very funny, because an MRI, you know, whoever had to perform one already knows what I'm talking about. An MRI is nothing else but energy medicine. It's just a different approach because they use it for diagnostics. But other than that, the classical medical faculties, they have no idea about energy medicine. They have no idea about the power of colors, the power of tones, the power of light, the power of electromagnetism, and so on and so on. So that's the reason why it's not established, because there is no education out. And you can turn on the video now if you want, because I'm done with my with the stuff I didn't want to record. Sometimes I like to not record things, because if the wrong people see this, they always think this guy is totally crazy. And that's why but now we talk about the serious stuff, so you can turn it off. So, yeah, that's the problem with energy medicine. It's not established. And we know, especially the people who already work with energy medicine over many, many years, that energy medicine is a quite ancient modality, which was already practiced and performed thousands and thousands of years ago. Talking about the ancient healers who were able to emit certain frequencies out of their palms of their hands, over the magnetic stones, which were actually the basis for what we do right now, healing with electromagnetic fields. That all happens thousands of years ago. These stones, they were found in Greece. They are called magnes litos. It's magnetic stones, you know. And the ancient healers figured out when they move it over a human body that there is a positive reaction when it comes to health benefits. You know, wounds heal faster. This was how they used it. You could create pain relief with magnetism. So that's really nothing new. And it's really nothing special. You know, people out of the energy medicine, they know that electromagnetic fields or magnetic fields, they work for pain relief quite nicely, without without believing in that. It's not necessary. You know, it's just it works. We will figure out later on why it works, because we dig a little bit deeper, you know. But those are things, they're not new to us. But to me, I'm always surprised, because to me it looks like that wherever I go, you share all that stuff. I said, oh, I never heard about this. I thought pain relief is only possible with all these pills you can buy, you know, ibuprofen, aspirin, all that stuff. No, there is also another way to treat pain and to conquer pain and even to get rid of pain by using modalities out of energy medicine, which one of these modalities is pulsed electromagnetic fields. And to close this and to start with the slides I know very well, and coming back to why it's so important to have personal interaction, I believe in the fact that if you speak to somebody and you are capable of change people's minds, or if you are capable of motivate them to do things which they thought they cannot do this, you convince them to twist their lifestyle 360, you know, this is also medicine, my opinion. And this is all done by energy. It's the energy which you send and hopefully will be well received by the people who listen to you, and then they turn it into some positive action, which we know in energy medicine is called resonance. If you resonate with something or somebody. In a relationship, it's called love. Love is nothing than resonance. It's your reaction on something or somebody. You know, the better it is, the better it turns out into something positive, the higher the love level. That's what we say. But in relationship, the highest achievement of resonance is what we call love, unconditional love. And unconditional love can be only achieved by receiving and sending energy. Because if I use my voice to speak to you, and my English is not too bad, so at least you are able to understand what I'm talking to you, then you can. Then my goal is that this should do something with you, right? So my approach is I wanna create a reaction. And energy medicine is nothing else. When you lie on a PEMF device, the device wants to create a reaction on your body. It's nothing else. You know, it's just maybe the language is introduced and applied in a different way, but the concept is exactly the same. And this is what we have to understand when we utilize energy medicine. And that probably, I want you to pull you away a little bit from all this study stuff and all these physics and all this chemistry and whatsoever, you know, just to use your clear mind, you know. And energy medicine is so simple to understand. If you get introduced to any kind of energy, and this energy is capable of resonating with you, and you know, turn this received information into a positive action inside your body, then this is what energy medicine does. And maybe there is a little bit more to that, because most of you use a smartphone. Who has no smartphone? Oh, there's always this one person, right? There's always this one outsider. Yes, exactly. Okay, we have two outsiders, so you are not alone. You know, Michael Jackson, you are not alone. Exactly. You should create a community. So you don't even know about this, but smartphones, they emit electromagnetic waves.
I know all that.
You know all of that. Do you also know why, when you suffer from pain and you know that a smartphone uses electromagnetic waves, and you know that a system from us also uses electromagnetic waves, why should I buy this system from this guy from Switzerland when I have a smartphone at home which also emits electromagnetic fields, and I suffer from a tennis elbow? I could easily put that smartphone on that tennis elbow and I don't have to make this investment. Great idea. Congratulations. The problem is the smartphone, and it doesn't matter if it's a Apple, a Samsung, or you name them, you know, they are not designed to emit electromagnetic waves which create a positive effect. They do exactly the opposite. That's why those two people here, they said, not with me, I'm not using this, because I have a reason for that. People who do not use smartphones nowadays, they don't do it because they don't need it, they do it because they know exactly why they won't do it. Am I right?
You are right.
Thank you. So, the thing is, energy medicine is so easy to explain and so hard to understand. Because there is so much detail into energy medicine, and at the end, a tiny difference in the content of the information you introduce to a person can make a difference whether this content of information creates a positive, a health benefiting effect, or whether it even creates a harmful effect. For example, using a smartphone over a long time, always exactly on your brain, and your brain tumor will start growing. It's not a question if, the question is when. And the question is how long it takes, how long you need to abuse your brain with a smartphone on your ear until that's gonna happen. But it's gonna happen. And it doesn't matter if it's a woman or a man, a child or an older person, it's gonna happen. It's about the amount of exposure and proximity, exactly. So there are things we can, if you have questions, write them down. If you want to know a lot of things about this, use the afternoon and, you know, and just bombard me with all these questions. I think I have a lot of answers on this for you. So, introducing PEMF. PEMF stands for Pulsed Electromagnetic Fields. So we have four major words. Pulsed, that means the applied information is not boring, because pulsed sounds a little bit, you know, a little bit more variable and not so boring. And then we have electric, we have electricity. So we have electricity involved in that whole process, which most people say, oh, that's not good because electricity is not good for your health. Yes, you are right, in general it's not. It depends how you utilize it. In terms of how strong the exposed electricity is, and same with good coffee, how you be able to filter it, or with good water. How you will be able to filter electricity to keep the good stuff and filter out the bad stuff. That's very important when it comes to create pulsed electromagnetic fields for health benefits. It's the way how you're going to utilize each of that property which is involved in PEMF. And then we have magnetism, pulsed electromagnetic. So people always ask me, how many magnets are in these applicators? Well, there is not one magnet inside, because we don't use magnets. There was a Japanese company, they were very successful in North America, maybe you remember them, Nikken. They were actually doing great business, but they didn't use PEMF technology, they used magnets. So they were offering applicators with built-in fixed magnets. Magnets have an advantage because they create a very high intensity, which then creates a certain effect on a human body. The big disadvantage of a magnet is it has no frequency, because it's just a piece of equipment which contains of certain metal, which has the capability of being magnetic, but it doesn't have a frequency. It just has intensity. And that's why when it's not really energy medicine, because you are missing one of the most fundamental properties to apply energy medicine, which is the frequency. The frequency is also known, and now listen and learn carefully, the content of the information. The content of the information is the frequency. The volume of the content of the information is the intensity. People always mix up intensity and frequency. If I speak louder now, I change the intensity of the content information, but I do not change the content of the information. Remember what I did just? I said 2 times the same language. When I'm getting more noisy now, 2 times exactly the same frequency, because the content information of the information is the same, but the volume is different. So what I just did right now, if we want to carry that over to energy medicine, we apply 2 times the same frequency with a different intensity. Wenn ich jetzt anfange Deutsch zu sprechen, wird es schwierig für euch. Ja, das ist leider so. That's German. So what I did now, I changed the frequency. I changed the frequency from English to German. So I applied a completely different information to you, and suddenly you are, you don't understand the information, the content of the information anymore. And I can speak as loud as I want in German. It doesn't make a difference to your reaction. Also very important, that reveals all the mysteries of energy medicine now, what I'm telling you. Because what I told you just now was, when the frequency is not right, and you can ramp up the intensity as much as you want, you will not create a resonance effect. Does it make sense to you? So, applying a smartphone for pain relief, even if you put it on full power whatsoever, it will not create a health benefiting effect, because the content of the information, the frequency, is not designed to create a health benefiting effect. And even if you ramp up the intensity, do whatever you want, it will not make a difference. It will not create a positive effect. Does it make sense? It's very important for me that you understand the difference between intensity, which is the volume of the content of an information, and the frequency, which is the content of the information. And by knowing this and understanding this, you will never mix up intensity and frequency anymore. And you shouldn't, because it's two major properties when we speak about energy medicine. And sometimes those properties decide whether an electromagnetic signal is health beneficial or even extremely harmful. Speaking about smartphones, for example. 5G. Huh? Did you ever hear the 5G signal? The problem is we have no organ to make it hearable. It's called the beacon signal. It sounds quite frightening. Bow, 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 bow. That's more or less how it sounds. We cannot hear it because we don't have the frequency range. But you can look on YouTube. Beacon signal 5G, and there are nice gadgets that can make it hearable. So if you use a 5G receiver in your house, and even if you don't hear it, it always makes bang, 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 bang all the time, 24/7. We know that, so we try to avoid it as much as we can. We also don't always turn it off every time, because sometimes we forget it, but you should only leave it on when you're using it. You know, during the night you can turn it off. And by the way, it saves you money, because you don't waste energy for nothing. But a little more after that. So, and then we have the word field. What is a field? What is a field? You know, think about soccer. That's a field. It's just I would say it's a surface with something on it or something in it. This is how I try to best describe it. A field is a surface which contains of something. Right? A soccer field contains of grass, bugs, whatsoever, you know? And a field, in terms of how we interpret it when we speak about energy medicine, it's a surface or a force. We also use the word force, which contains of certain properties. And if the properties are, again, formed in a way that when it's introduced to your body, that your body reacts pleasant on that, then we speak about resonance again. And we speak about using fields to create a health beneficial effect, which is the basic idea of energy medicine. Or when it's, for example, used for diagnostics, like in an MRI, then, you know, I know that people always think an MRI makes a picture of me, of something inside me. That's not true. Actually, what it does, when they put you inside an MRI, the MRI creates such a high electromagnetic exposure, about 100,000 times higher than the Earth magnetic field, just to get you an idea. 3 to 7 Tesla. And by the way, about 100,000 times higher than our systems do when it comes to intensity. So that it's a pretty high intensity when you are exposed to an MRI. And the MRI is not capable of making a picture from inside of you. It just changes the direction of the cells of your tissue in certain ways. And behind that, when it's done, there is a software, and this software is capable of emulating a picture out of that. But an MRI does not make pictures. It just forces tissue to go in certain direction, always depending on what kind of tissue it is exposed to. And for example, a tumor has a different resonance capacity than a healthy tissue. And that's why an MRI is capable of discovering a malignant tissue inside your body, not because it makes a picture, it's just because this kind of tissue, forced by a high electromagnetic field exposure, it just creates a different resonance, which then, emulated by a software, can be interpreted in a different picture. No? But MRIs don't do pictures. Ultrasound don't do pictures. Ultrasound is just, you send an ultrasound vibration through your tissue, and depending on when it gets reflected and how quickly, it sends it back. And there's again a software behind, which then emulates a picture out of this. Is it closer? Is it further? And then by compelling all these data and having a very, very intelligent software, they create a picture out of that. But ultrasound and MRIs are not cameras. They more or less just, speaking of an MRI, forcing tissue with high electromagnetic fields to create a reflection in different ways, and then emulating a picture out of this, which is quite cool. I mean, you can, I'm sure since MRIs are on the market, a lot of lives could be saved already by detecting things earlier, the malignant developments in the body of people. But in the same time, it's also not good to use it on a regular basis, because you are exposed to quite a high intensity, and that's not good over time for your health. So those are these 4 properties: pulsed electromagnetic fields. So in order to make a very pleasant, energetic information, it would be good if the information is not boring, if it contains of electricity, because, and we will learn that a little bit later on, when you run electricity through a conductor, you always create a magnetic field around it. Maybe you still remember in physics, Ampere's law. If you apply current through a conductor, could be a wire, then right at the moment when you do this, you always create a magnetic field around it. It's just how physics work. There is no electricity without magnetism. And on the other hand, Ampere's law too, you can induce electricity with a magnetic field. This is, for example, what you do when you charge your mobile phone. Because your mobile phone contains of a battery. It's a so-called lithium-ion battery. And this lithium-ion battery contains of lithium and ions, as the name says. Those ions, they are little fellows. They can be attracted by a magnetic field. And when you kick their butts with a magnetic field, they start moving within the lithium. And by doing this movement, they create friction. And this friction creates an electric potential. And this electric potential, which is triggered by the magnetic field from your charger inside your lithium battery, which then kicks the butts of the ions, will be stored within the lithium, because the lithium is capable of storing this potential, which is created by the ions. And that's why you can keep that electricity inside the battery for a certain amount of time and introducing it to your smartphone to be the energy source. And when you utilize the energy by using the smartphone for whatever you want to do it, The electric potential within that lithium becomes lower, and at a certain point it's empty and you need to recharge it again. So you need to apply again a magnetic field to kick the butts of the ions. They start moving again, they create friction, they create an electric potential, and the lithium makes sure that this electric potential, which is gained now, it stays within your battery. This is how it works. And interestingly, when it comes to how human beings work energetically, not speaking chemically, energetically, it's exactly the same concept. In order for human beings to use their energetic potential, they need to be charged, obviously, because you have to have some kind of storage for energy, which you are capable of utilizing during your day. That also explains why people get tired in the evening, because at a certain point their lithium battery is running out of juice, and then you need to do certain things again to recharge your battery. Good food, good rest, sleep, you know, because our body needs time to recharge, like a lithium battery does. And for that, it needs some routines. It needs some prerequisites in order to be capable of doing that. You know, and this is rest, this is introduction of high quality fuel. So this is all what we introduce to our body in a liquid or a solid state, all what we drink and what we eat, and also exercise, movement, all that kind of stuff, you know. This is the energetic approach of keeping ourselves maintained well, and also providing energy in order to fulfill our tasks during the day, whatever we have to fulfill. And sometimes we feel that at the end of the energy there is still task left. Happens sometimes, right? And sometimes we are in the lucky situation that at the end of the task there is still some energy left. Those are the days where we usually decide to go for extra challenges, because we still feel that there is some energy which we can still use for today. And on the other hand, we have days where I said at 3 o'clock, sorry, but I'm already running out of juice, and I have to really slow down and give my body and my mind the rest in order to regenerate. This is how we say it, right? Why I'm telling you this, because it's, you know, to understand how a human organism works, it is quite simple. We just make it always so complicated, you know. But think about of yourself as being just something, a piece of equipment which needs to run on a certain level in order to provide what it's meant to be to provide. And when you cannot do this anymore, you need some maintenance. This is how simple as it is, you know. And our health is defined only by very, very, very few things. And it's exercise, which is movement, and it's introduction of fuel. So that's all the liquids and solids we introduce to our body, and maybe to a certain stage in which environment we live. So we have for sure places on this planet, they are more health beneficial. On the other hand, we have places they are not so health beneficial. So we are probably surrounded by a lot of toxins in all kinds of forms, electromagnetic toxins, chemical toxins, all kinds of stuff. And of course, people living in those environments, they are definitely more prone to develop illnesses comparing to people who live still in the mountains, breathing fresh air every day, from morning to evening, having the best water in the world, and so on and so on. But this is as simple as it is. You know, we make always things too complicated. And we are victims of our own social life, because we get educated that buying convenience food is much quicker, you can save a lot of time, you can do other things, other tasks in this time, and so on. There are hundreds and thousands of examples. I don't have to go deep into that. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You know, but at the end of the day, and we know that also, 70% of all diseases on this planet are man-made. They are not, we are not, it's not our faith to suffer from diabetes, maybe except for the people who have this type of diabetes, which is genetically related. But I'm not talking about those. I'm talking about the people who will suffer from diabetes because they did everything right to suffer from diabetes. And a heart attack is well earned. You don't get a heart attack overnight. I'm not speaking about the 1 out of 1 million who maybe has a heart failure since childhood and nobody could discover it. I'm talking about the hundreds and thousands of heart attacks which happens every day on this planet because people worked really hard to achieve that. By doing the same thing wrong on a daily basis. And then the result will end up, it will come. So health is very, very easy to understand. You know why people make it complicated? Because it's huge business. You know what's the biggest business in health is? To keep the people sick. That's the big business when it comes to health. To invent all these nice medications. You know, to just control the illness of the people. Don't die, but don't become healthy. That's what happens. That's exactly what happens, you know. And the most beneficial invention was side effect, because if you introduce a medication with a side effect, you have to introduce a medication against the side effect, which then creates another side effect, which you have to introduce a medicine for this side effect. And it's common that we have millions and millions of patients, they are eating 10, 15, 20 pills a day. This is how crazy this whole healthcare thing became already over the decades. It's nuts, it's just unbelievable. And because they slowly introduced it and, you know, sneak in a little bit here, sneak in a little bit there, you know, humans, they take it with pride and they don't even ask questions anymore. This is where we at with our society. Right? So, I didn't show you a slide yet. I guess she's like, come on. Oh, we are good in time. Huh? Show it now. No, I don't want, no. Does it make sense to you? So, and now, the thing is, before we look at the slide, the thing is, why don't we do what we already know? Because the things to correct everything, I'm not talking about us, and I'm talking because we do everything right here, you know? I'm talking about the people outside. You know, why do people don't do this if they know already Or if they already confirm what I'm saying, yes, this guy is right. You know, drink healthy stuff, eat healthy stuff, avoid any kind of bad stuff, smoking, drinking too much alcohol, and so on and so on and so on. Yeah. Well, yeah, this is the mystery of health, frankly speaking. You know, so why don't we do that? There is only one reason why we still do the bad stuff. Because it's convenient. It's just convenient. This is the reason why we die nowadays from horrible diseases, because we created a society of convenience. You know, we can get everything right away. This is the only reason. You know, and it would be so easy to correct this, but in the same way, it's so difficult to do that. Because what does it take to change this? There's one word I learned over the years, which I'm faithfully practicing, and this is called self-discipline. It's nothing else. If you have self-discipline, and if you are capable of maintaining self-discipline, you can achieve everything in your life, also good health. You can become successful in business. You know, you can become successful in a relationship, and you can also become successful in health. This is the only word which counts. Yeah, that would be a practical question. Who has a bike at home? Let's ask this question first. Who has a bike at home? Hey, who has it? Who used the bike the last month? Already half of the people who own. Yeah, those are the things, you know. Whatever we would have to do to correct things, we would have to sit down. We would have to make maybe a list. What we think we are doing wrong right now, what we would be willing to change. Change comes over time. There is nothing worse than try to change everything right away. You will always fail. Because the problem is, when human beings are in a convenient situation, it tries a lot of efforts to get out of this. And you can't achieve everything at once, you know. And in order to reward yourself, you have to start with little things. And then once you start little things, and you feel the reward, for example, by feeling better, or by just having more energy, or by being nicer to yourself, or being nicer to your partner in your relationship, and so on. That's the reward you need in order to move to the next level and to the next thing, right? But the change has to come out of you, you know. And no coach, no Instagram super coach, when we have millions of them, you know, will make a difference to your life if you are not committed to the change. Because the best advice is always the one you take to heart and you turn it into action. That's the only thing that works. You know, sometimes things don't work, but you can only figure that out if you try them. And never say, that doesn't work for me. That doesn't work for me means I don't need change. I mean, I live perfectly in my life, in my world of convenience. You know, I'm just proudly waiting for my heart attack. That sounds so funny, but it's so true, huh? Huh? So, for me, of course, I should stand here and give you a sales pitch on PEMF devices, which, by the way, I never did in my life. Because you cannot sell a piece of equipment which costs $6,000 or $7,000 to somebody who doesn't know what this thing does. And the worst part of our systems is even when you turn them on, you don't even feel something. So, this is a rip-off from the first moment I open my mouth. Right? Yet, we never get back any system which we sold. Because it is important for you to know in advance and to understand what happens to you when you lie on such a mat and you turn on the system. With knowing that, you take it with a different perspective and you know exactly what's going to happen to you. Which brings me to my first slide. which has nothing to do with PEMF. So, what I figured out over the last 3 decades, I'm involved in this business. You have to understand, Swiss Bionic was the company who brought PEMF to North America. In the year 2005, we started introducing our systems to the North American market, starting in Canada. We started on the East Coast in Toronto. I did my first lectures in Toronto, Hamilton, Kitchener, all these areas. Hundreds of people attending, hundreds of people. You know, we sold so many units. So actually, the birth of PEMF in North America started out of Canada, from the East Coast. And in a short period of time, we created so many users, so many testimonials, that the word spread it. 1 year later, we went to the US, and obviously also to the west coast of Canada, Calgary, BC, and since then there are so many PEMF devices on the market, ridiculously many. And if you look at these companies, the way they market their units, the claims they make, it's just even more ridiculous. Because I would say, after knowing this market really well, and after knowing also all kinds of competitors which are on the market, that 98% of all these devices are pieces of crap, I will say it like that. Their marketing is so bad, they mislead the people. You know, they even, did you get my newsletter 2 months ago? I did a special wording about one system which I exposed. I think it was Healthy Wave. Yeah. Did you ever hear about that company? Yeah. This is the most ridiculous thing I ever saw in life, because this is the biggest rip-off ever. You know, I even found this unit on Alibaba for $250, the same unit. What is the price here do you know this? Who knows this? I think in the US they sell it for $3,500 or $4,000. You know, I found a link, you can buy this in China for $250. It's exactly the same unit. You know, they make all kinds of claims with far infrared, with gemstones, and with all that kind of stuff. You know, I was even writing an email to them because I asked them, can you please provide me with the properties you expose through your coils, you say, because they make all kinds of claims. We have the best signal, 5 times more effective than what Swiss Bionic does with the triple sawtooth and stuff like that, you know, but always without really telling what they are doing. You will not get an information from them what kind of signal they really expose. And I asked them, and the answer I received is, we cannot tell you this because it's corporate secret. So that was exactly the answer what I needed, you know, and we will definitely go after all these companies now, because this is just ridiculous. And I made one test with one of these units. Do you know what they do? This is they hurt people on purpose. You know, their units, they have a control unit and they have an applicator. You know what they do? They don't even have a frequency generator in these control units. So they run the electricity which comes from the wall directly through to the applicator. You are exposed to dirty electricity, 60 hertz, 50 hertz, depending on where you are, Europe or North America, without filtering anything out of it. And they tell you, yeah, but we have 6 hertz. Well, you can easily gain 6 hertz out of a 50 hertz wall. You just need to interrupt the signal 12 times per minute. Then you have 5 hertz or 6 hertz, because you can just interrupt it. But that's what they are doing. They don't use frequency generators. They just interrupt the frequency which is coming out of the wall and going in the applicator. You are exposed to dirty electricity. So that's the speaking of what you said, the lady in the first row, I don't use mobile phones. This is the same effect with comparing to a mobile phone, but with a surface which is more or less 50 times bigger. This is what those companies do. And you know why they are still doing this? Because nobody goes after them. This is the only reason why these companies are still on the market. None of these companies has a quality management system. None of these units has a risk management file. So you are on risk if you decide yourself to buy one of these units. And you get ripped off big time. If you want to buy a unit, let me know. I give you a link for the original manufacturer in China. You save 90% of the money. But you are exposed to dirty electricity. And 95% of these companies do exactly the same. There are only a few manufacturers, mostly coming out of Europe. They at least have a frequency generator built in. They have more or less a different concept, how they approach it, but at least those units are safe. And they can be used without taking a risk. And you know how it is with energy medicine. You don't feel the outcome of the threat right away. It's the same with a mobile phone. You know, so lying on such a system on a daily basis for a certain amount of time will definitely do harm to you. Don't do this. If you cannot afford a real PEMF system, don't use one. Instead of saying, I buy a cheap one and use a cheap one, then please invest the money you have left for good food, for a good diet, or for going on a nice vacation, and giving you a good time, because that helps you more than utilizing this stuff. This is not good. This will hurt you over time. Don't use this. And that's why the problem with PEMF is when people start doing their own research, there is so much crap on the internet about PEMF, how it's marketed, how it's introduced to the people. You know, we are actually the only company, we never hide anything, because we work with physical and verified properties. A sawtooth profile, it's a waveform, you can find it on Wikipedia. It's common sense. You know, a square wave is common sense. It's Newton's physics. So everything what we publish, what is in our system, is common sense in physics. There is no GMO signal which is 10 times more better because we use all these hidden frequencies from the ancient times. This is all BS, sorry. You know, energy medicine is applied physics, period. You know? So if you want to apply physics, then you can also share your properties. You cannot only do this if you don't want to share what you really do. And in this field, it's hiding your deficiencies. And you know, to manufacture a PEMF device with a really, really precise frequency generator, it costs money. When you open our system, you're going to find a quite sophisticated PCB structure inside, with a processor, with everything. You know, if you open one of these gadgets, there is nothing inside. So that makes a difference. But I don't want to blame on all these competitors. I just want to make sure that whenever you decide to obtain a PEMF system, don't make the wrong decision and buy cheap. If you cannot afford one, rather move away from it until you can afford a real, you know, established and safe PEMF system. That's very important. So most of us, you know, we obtain these, our information nowadays. If you want to know something, we ask Google. Google knows everything, right? You know, be careful. Be careful what you do, because Google is not intelligent. Google is just a search algorithm, searching the internet based on what your word was, your search word, and then it's just looking where's some information, and the information is even channeled, because some people, some companies, they pay a lot of money to be involved in that search result. So a search result on Google or any other search machine can be quite different depending which search machine you use, based on what's going on behind that algorithm. And at the end, everything what is on the web, it's uploaded by us. So that doesn't mean that the information provided is always right, it's always correct, it's always precise. It's just based on where the information comes from. Does it make sense? So be careful when you use Google for doing research. Veronica is also like that. When she's searching something, and she's always relying on the first 3 search results. Well, those the ones, they cost the most money to display. So the information there will be always very convincing. Because it's all about money and business. Don't forget this. You know, sometimes if there is the truth on Google, maybe it's on search result page 27 on the bottom, because maybe there is the truth and the true source of the truth. But you need to be careful while using this. And I get so many emails. What do you think about ChatGPT, the new trend, artificial intelligence, AI? Well, you know, I did this this little test, and I asked ChatGPT, what do you know about PEMF? You know ChatGPT, it's this new platform, and it's called artificial intelligence, and you can ask this platform whatever you want to know, questions. You can also ask ChatGPT to write you a speech about your best friend who just turned 50 and has a big midlife crisis, and at the end everything will be perfect because we organized a birthday party for him. And by the way, his name is Paul. And then within 50 seconds you will get a perfect speech, which is related to the prompts you put into ChatGPT. So I just ask a very simple question to this, to this platform. What do you know about PEMF? And I got the following answer. PEMF stands for Pulsed Electromagnetic Field Therapy. It's a non-invasive medical treatment that uses electromagnetic fields to improve the health of cells in the body. PEMF therapy works by delivering low-frequency electromagnetic waves to the body, which can help to stimulate cells and promoting healing. The therapy is believed to work by improving circulation, reducing inflammation, enhancing cellular metabolism. PEMF therapy has been used to treat a variety of health conditions, including chronic pain, arthritis, depression, sleep disorders. The therapy is often used as a complementary treatment alongside traditional medical treatments such as medication and physical therapy. PEMF therapy can be delivered through various devices, including mats, pads, and handheld devices. The therapy is generally safe, but it may not be suitable for everyone, particularly those who have implanted medical devices or who are pregnant. As with any medical treatment, it's important to talk to a healthcare professional before trying PEMF therapy. That's not too bad. There is nothing wrong with it. And the upside on this is, comparing to Google, that's an information we can digest, because it's a description of what PEMF is. Comparing to when you get Google search, you mostly end up with companies providing something which is related to PEMF, mostly devices or sometimes also treatments. This is more or less a more generic information. My opinion, there is nothing wrong. What is here? It's all okay. It's not very deep in explanation, but at least it's a quite good answer to get a basic understanding what PEMF stands for. So if you use artificial intelligence in order to make research about things which you are interested in, I think it's a better source of using it comparing to a simple search engine, because it gives you more digestible information in a narrative form. So, and there is nothing wrong with it. Sometimes when you use a search machine, you end up with one of these people who put a lot of money to be on the first page. Oftentimes, it's also wrong what they are telling you, because they want you to sell something. Here, the big advantage is when you use artificial intelligence, nobody wants to sell you something. It's more or less to find a comprehensive answer on your question. And yeah, like I said, I'm not sure what your impression is, but that's quite digestible, and that makes all sense, right? So I think it's probably better to use ChatGPT for doing research, also when it comes to health-related topics, comparing to utilizing Google or Bing or all these search machines which are on the market. But again, where does this information come from? Well, it comes from information which is already on the web and which is basically transferred there from us. Right? Because artificial intelligence is not intelligent in terms of that it is an encyclopedia which knows everything. It takes the information from somewhere. And sometimes the information can also be wrong, depending on which source was chosen to take this information and present it to you. So consider this, please, also. And this is a little bit the downside of artificial intelligence, because artificial intelligence is always based on an existing fundus of information, right? And this information has to come from somewhere. So consider this, but it's not too bad. Yeah? That's why the medical world, they rely still on their old-fashioned way of verifying whether things are right or not. They are using medical libraries, where you can find studies, but even studies are sometimes not as reliable as they look, because it really depends on the study design, how many people were involved in this study, was it a double-blind, placebo-controlled study, so overall, does it withhold the study design of the classical medical field in order to evaluate or to verify whether a medical device or whether a medication delivers a result for this or that intent of use. But this is the way how the classical medical field relies on information, by using studies. And be careful when you rely on studies, especially in the alternative medical field, because people or companies make always advertising with studies. If you look at the studies, you cannot even find the study. I see a lot of companies, they say, a study has shown that. But they never reference the study. So if a company is making a claim like that and doesn't show you a reference where this study should be, forget it, there is no study. Because if this particular study shows that blah blah blah, then, and this study exists, you would reference it, right? So if the reference is not there, the study is not there. And that means, as a result, this company is not to trust in, because they claim something which they cannot underlie with reference. Ask for references. You really have to start doing this, because we are so, how to say, our minds are so dirty, meanwhile, because we got overwhelmed with all these things which people tell us and the internet tells us, that we start losing our own feeling to evaluate things with our common sense. You know, you have to start using your common sense again. If you read a website, well, read it with intention. You know, and you will figure out within 2 minutes what's wrong or if everything is okay. You know, and when it comes to the medical field or also to the alternative medical field, and you end up on a website, make sure if they claim something that they have a reference for that claim. And if they don't have a reference for their claim, don't go for it, because something is stinky, something is wrong. You know, we have the best pulsed electromagnetic field in the world, because we have the highest intensity, the widest frequency spectrum. Well, you will never find this information anywhere. You know, I tried to find information on PEMF devices even not in the instruction of use, in the owner's manual, you know, was written what they're gonna do when you turn this unit on. And this is not reliable. This is not trustworthy. So what is it, this PEMF? And now you will figure out most of the stuff which you're going to see on these slides, I told you already. Because I told you that the PEMF signal contains of a couple very crucial parameters. 4 of the 5 we already discussed. Intensity, frequency, and resonance. And even coherence we discussed without using this word, because coherence is nothing else that if you use more than one property in conjunction, you have to make sure that all these properties align perfectly in order to create coherence. Instead of chaos, exactly. Because coherence is the situation when the parts of something fit together in a natural or reasonable way. When you remember your first date with the love of your life in this nice restaurant, with this candlelight, with this beautiful food, you know, if this turns out the way you planned it, then you used coherence. Because everything just fitted together in a natural or reasonable way. And then it's good, then it creates something positive. The only thing which we didn't cover yet was the so-called waveform or signal shape. Because we learned today that a pulsed electromagnetic field contains of a frequency, remember, that's the language, and it also contains of an intensity, which is the volume of the language. When we change the intensity, we don't necessarily change the frequency. We learned this, right? So what is it with this waveform? And this is quite simple. We have, I explain you waveform now. I love whiteboards. I hope you cope with me, because it's so, you can develop things still comparing to here, it's always done already. What is a waveform? I try to give you an example. So, imagine what is this negative frequency applying to me here? Who was it with the Okay, good. So those are bricks. Just imagine that those are bricks. And here you are just intending to build a house. So that's you. So, what are your possibilities to transport the bricks from here to that house and utilize them to build your house further? Well, the easiest way and the most doable way on a short term is you take one brick, you walk it over, and then you just put it somewhere already, or you store it here, and when you have enough storage, you start utilizing the bricks there. Does it make sense? It's the easiest way. So, the second option is, what else? What other options we have? Wheelbarrow. A wheelbarrow, exactly. So, we use one of these wheelbarrows. The advantage is we can load a lot of bricks here and can transport it to the receiver, to where we want to utilize it in a short period of time. More effective, right? Does it get more effective than that? Exactly. Get a huge truck, lots of bricks, very quick to load, good driver with a helmet, very quick, unload, utilize. So, why I'm telling you this is because when you utilize energy medicine, the idea of making energy medicine really, really efficient is to transport a lot of single information within the best and most shortest period of time from the sender to the receiver. Does it make sense? Because we want to make sure that all this information content, which we believe from what we know, from research, from experience, that you know that all this needs to be introduced to the receiver in the shortest period of time to make it effective for the user to utilize it and not being exposed the whole day, and in the same time apply all the information which is needed to create this coherence and this resonance. That makes sense, right? So in physics, the principle of what we did now in construction, we can also transform this principle and this concept into physics. And we don't use wheelbarrows or trucks or hands. In physics, you use waveforms. So, when you are into product development, this is something, it's not for me. Okay, look. There's a Swiss flag on it, look. Isn't that funny? Okay, two guys try to figure out how to... It's not so easy, eh? We should sue this company. Exactly. Okay. She's like... You see? She knows exactly how to do that. And now you know how important it is to spend a lot of time when you do product development. How people gonna use that, you know? She's got it? Yes. Yay, thank you so much. Next time we come out with a new product, I will send you one up front to test it, okay? And you too. So. So here we go. So let's take a look how this works in physics. So we just learned if we want to utilize energy medicine, we need to make sure that we are capable of generating a lot of health beneficial information, and we have to transport them in a very effective way from the sender to the receiver. In our case, from this applicator, for example, the whole body mat, to your body, right? Because this is where it happens. Yeah? So, in physics, the most simple way to do is the so-called sine wave. Maybe you heard that in physics. Sine wave. This is more or less how a sine wave looks like. A sine wave creates this is the frequency. So it creates a quite specific, simple information in terms of physics. Sine wave is also considered to create one information at a time. And this one information at a time, this is known in physics, one information at a time is 1 hertz. Because hertz is the value for frequency, named after Heinrich Hertz, was a German physicist. And one information per time is 1 hertz. In other words, 1 hertz is 1 cycle per second. 1 cycle per second is 1 hertz. So for example, if you read somewhere that a PEMF device is generating a sine wave, a waveform with 15 hertz, then you can now translate it. It means nothing else that it creates a single frequency with 15 cycles per second. Exactly. That's as simple as it is. So, the advantage of a sine wave is you can create frequencies very easy. It's a very simple way. You don't even need a frequency generator, because you can just hack, for example, what is the carrier frequency of the wall current here in Canada? No, that's the volts. That's 60 hertz. That's the frequency. So, for example, if you want to create 15 hertz out of your wall current, this is quite simple, because 60 divided by 15 is 4. Correct? So you just have to divide, to block the incoming current 4 times per second, and then you create 15 hertz. Very simple, right? So a sine wave is very simple to produce. That's the advantage. What is the disadvantage? Only 1 brick at a time. Because you can only transfer 1 information at a time. And if you want to utilize electromagnetic fields for health benefits, you probably have to look at more sophisticated solutions in order to transport more information in the same amount of time. So maybe not only 15 hertz, but maybe also 20 hertz, 25 hertz, 50 hertz, 100 hertz, whatever. Right? Because then you can do this with a sine wave, but only 1 at a time. So that means you start with 15 hertz. When you're done with 15 hertz, you apply 30 hertz. When you're done with this, you apply 60 hertz. So it takes forever to introduce all these single frequencies to your body. And those were the technologies which were used in PEMF devices in the 70s and the 80s, because they didn't know it better. They used sine waves. The disadvantage was a session on a PEMF device was 6 to 8 hours. Just to get some information inside your body and make it somehow efficient. But and still, again, if you do your research, I would say that 90% of all PEMF devices which you can buy now for home use, they still use sine waves. So they tell you every minute exactly the same thing. So there is no benefit from this. But because it's very simple to gain these signals, and it's very cheap because you don't even need a frequency generator, those units are very popular because they cost less money and people buy that stuff. So in order to make that better, you have to use a more sophisticated waveform. And there are more sophisticated waveforms in physics. Not we invented that, it's already existing in physics. And for example, one which is already more sophisticated is a so-called square wave. This is how a square wave looks like. So comparing to a sine wave, which looks like that, the square wave already has a shape, and you cannot see this now, but if you would make it bigger, or if you use an oscilloscope, you will find a lot of sine waves here, single sine wave frequencies, 15 Hertz, 20 Hertz, 30 Hertz, 40 Hertz, 50 Hertz, which are combined into a more complex waveform, which then, and therefore to create such a signal, you need a frequency generator. You need highly applied engineering. This is high-end engineering in order to create such waveforms, because you really need a lot of computer technology with that, and also you need a lot of brain in order to program such waveforms. And this is where the knowledge in PEMF lies. It's exactly in the design and in the programming of the particular waveforms. And for example, a square wave, what you would see here, if you would make this bigger with the oscilloscope, it contains of a lot of single sine waves, which are more or less packed onto this carrier here. And now imagine if you have a sine wave here, which applies exactly one frequency in 1 second, and you have here a square wave, which has already, let's say, 50 or 100, 200, 500 single frequencies in a backpack, carrying it while creating itself, then you cannot only apply one frequency at a time, but maybe 100 or 500 at a time, which increases the efficiency of transferring an information from A to B and forcing the receiver to get in coherence with it. Does it make sense? So, and then there is even more sophisticated waveform. And this is the so-called sawtooth. And this looks quite interesting. More or less like this. This is how a sawtooth waveform would look like on an oscilloscope, plus minus. It's schematic, so it's not really how it looks like. But a sawtooth waveform, which is, by the way, 100% physically waveform, you can Google this and you will find it. It's used a lot in sound, for example, to create harmonics. So to create additional overwaves, to make, for example, an instrument sounding better, to make a whole orchestra sounding better, to make a speaker sounding better. They use this kind of waveforms. So this is something, this is not GMO, this is really perfectly described in physics, and you can retrieve this information. A sawtooth waveform is actually the waveform which is capable of creating the most harmonics in relation to its carrier frequency. So for example, when I apply 1 hertz, a sawtooth always creates the even and the uneven harmonics. 2 hertz, 3 hertz, 4 hertz, 5 hertz, 6 hertz, uneven, even. And it goes up to the 6th or 7th level of this generation. So it creates a high amount of additional harmonics, and that increases again the probability when you apply a pulsed electromagnetic field to a receiver that the coherence and resonance factor will be increased by applying just more information, more and more. So you increase the probability to get a better response from the receiver. And this desired effect is only triggered by which waveform you're going to utilize. It's not about the volume, the intensity. Coming back to all these companies making all these claims, this unit only has this intensity, but we have a 10 times higher intensity. That doesn't make a difference. Intensity is not the key factor. The content of the information is the key factor. And this has nothing to do with the intensity, because the content is frequency. And the more content you apply in a short period of time, the higher the probability that the receiver resonates and reacts on that. Does it make sense? Yeah? Pardon?
I think it depends on the application.
Yeah, well, yeah. Sometimes people need a little bit of a stronger stimulus. Yeah, but everything within still a very natural window. So usually you cannot trigger good result with PEMFs when the intensity is too high. You know, it turns out to go in the wrong direction then. Intensity is and will never be the crucial property when it comes to efficiency of a PEMF device. It's always the coherence of bringing all the properties together in the most beneficial combination. But it's never intensity. So, all these properties, now we learned about the waveforms in addition. All these 5 properties, they must be fine-tuned to produce health-promoting effects and at the same time avoid negative effects. This is very important. So, when you do research about PEMF, this is where you have to look at when it comes to the properties. And good luck, 90% of the companies you will not even find information about that. Because they do not publish this, because they don't have anything to publish.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
What is the measurement of intensity?
The measurement of intensity is Tesla, that's the unit. It was Gauss before, maybe the people who were a little bit earlier in physics in school. Magnetic field intensity was valued in Gauss. 1 Gauss is now 100 microtesla. This is the equal value. And now it's measured in Tesla or microtesla, depending on how low or how high the value is. But for example, I can give you maybe the idea that the Earth magnetic field has a magnetic field intensity roughly between 25 and 75 to 80 microtesla. 1 microtesla is the millionth part of a Tesla. The higher would be millitesla, and then it's Tesla. But the exposure of our units is between 0.5 and about 300 microtesla. So we are roughly within and a little bit above the Earth magnetic field. The exposure of an MRI, we discussed that, that's roughly between 2 and 5 Tesla, which is about 2 to 500,000 times stronger than the Earth's magnetic field, and equally 2 to 500,000 times stronger than what we expose with our PEMF applicators. So this is definitely something which needs to be used within the hands of experienced people in a short period of time, because those high intensity electromagnetic radiation, they can hurt you badly if they are not applied properly. Versus using low pulsed, low frequency and low intensity electromagnetic field devices like the ones we offer for the public and also for home use. Those units are, when it comes to intensity, within a range which is considered to be 100% safe for you to use in the comfort of your home. You could literally be exposed 24 hours with a whole body signal here from our units. It will not harm you. It will simply be waste of energy, because after a certain time the body is not responding or resonating anymore with this kind of information and just says, oh, it's enough, you can talk the whole night, but I'm not listening to you anymore. But it will never harm you. That's the good news.
So what's the maximum amount of time that person should lay on it?
Between 8 and 24 minutes, 2 to 3 times per day, and you cut, yeah.
So no more than an hour and a half?
No,
In a day?
never. If you know how it is. If you tend, as a human being, if you tend to do or to perform something consistently, it's not so much about how long you do it. It's more about how consistent you do it. You know, it's brushing your teeth. Usually, if you do it consistently 3-4 times per day, you do it for 2 minutes and it's enough. You know, and it will not make things better if you brush your teeth 1 time per week for 28 minutes. You know, maybe the amount of time is the same, but the result is totally different. And it's the same with PEMF, with everything you apply on a daily basis. It's not so much about the amount of time you spend, it's more about how consistent you are able to do it on a daily basis. No, that's much better. So, if you use PEMF technology in the comfort of your home, and my advice is, try to implement it in a way that you can do a morning session before you go out of the house for 8 minutes. And usually in the evening when you come back, you have a little bit more time. So you do a 16 or 24 minute session before you prepare yourself going to bed. This would also be the perfect timing in the evening to apply a low intensity with a longer duration, because it prepares your entire system for sleep. And while doing that, you help your body to get into that stage, which will eventually end up in giving you a better sleep during the night. Because it just prepares your entire system better for that. So that would be the idea.
So comparing sleep mode to performance mode, for example, sleep mode I understand.
Yes?
How does performance mode kind of apply?
Yeah, can you write down this question, because I would like to address this question in the afternoon session if you're still here. I'm not sure. He's talking about the fast start programs in the system, and if you don't mind, I will give you a little bit more of an education on the fast start programs after lunch. First of all, we are quite no, but we're quite good. You know, I don't have to show you every slide. I just have to make sure that you get all the information. But let's cover this, if you allow me to cover this in the afternoon session, because because there is more to it, and I would really like to explain it a little bit deeper. Also, why we have this and what's behind this and how it's pre-programmed.
Can I ask something about the So when you're saying the 8 to 24 minutes per day, a couple of times a day on the mat,
Yeah.
but I'm doing that, but I'm also doing more with the spot and the pad. So
Yes.
yeah, like I add sometimes quite a bit more time doing those applicators. So is
It
that
always
still good?
depends. For example, usually when you commit yourself to possess a PMF system, you do that for a reason. The reason could be you suffer from something, you have a health problem, or like we have a lot of athletes, for example, they use it for increase and improve their performance. So they are not basically ill or have a problem, but they want to use the unit to get better, get in a better performance level. So, for example, when you suffer from something, usually the approach of energy medicine is, first of all, doing something for the entire organism. This is very important, to support the entire system, to wake up, to increase, to get the self-healing capacities to work, and in the same time then to locally address where the problem is with an additional local applicator, which could be the pad or the spot, depending on where you would like to treat yourself, and with a different approach. Because now, as we know the different waveforms, I can tell you, for example, that the local applicators of our systems, they apply a square wave, whereas the whole body mat gives you a sawtooth. So you get two different waveforms, and we know from science, which is perfectly explained, I can give you the reference, that, for example, a square wave is capable of triggering endorphins. So, for example, if you use a pad or a probe on a certain spot of your body, you use it with one of our systems, what you create is pain relief on this particular area. Why? Because when you apply a pad or spot from us, then your body is exposed with a square wave, and the square wave is capable of releasing endorphins, which, it's a hormone reaction of your body, which has a pain relieving effect. And this is how it works when you use the local applicator versus swallowing chemicals and taking ibuprofen or whatever, The big advantage of using a local applicator is you do this without any side effect. That's quite as simple as it is. So the idea why you always get, when you get a unit from us, always a whole body applicator and in addition local applicators is because we want to make sure that we address a holistic treatment, which is done by the whole body mat, with the most frequencies that possible. That's why we give you a triple sawtooth waveform with the whole body mat. And in addition, we also supply you with a pad applicator and a spot applicator, optionally, which gives you the possibility of doing partial treatments depending on where the problem on your body is. With a different waveform, with a square wave. And that's why you can always use, I always say, the whole body application is always the most important because it addresses the whole body. It's the holistic treatment. But then, depending on where the problem is, you can always additionally apply a pad or a spot application, 16 to 24 minutes, always depending a little bit on how much time, not how much time you have. It's about how much time you are willing to invest. Remember what I told you first at the beginning of this whole day. It's all about self-discipline.
I just want to ask, is there any other waveforms that you have researched that is more promising?
There is, the trapezoid is still existing, but none of them is as promising as what we applied, And with like I said, there is the triangle is still a physical waveform, and the trapezoid is still a physical waveform, but with none of them is good research available, so we would have to conduct more research. The IMRS prime contains of a research mode, which is called the IMRS prime trial, because we have a very sophisticated frequency generator built in the IMRS prime, and it allows you, when you release the trial version, to get access to this frequency generator and create every frequency model which you would like to have, what physics offers you. And we did that because we would like to encourage the scientific world to utilize the IMRS prime also to start doing research, which doesn't happen yet, but which will definitely happen in the nearest future. You know, and nobody of these scientists, they have to do a prototype anymore, because we have already everything ready for them. And it's a generic frequency generator, so you can generate whatever you want. But as of now, we didn't find any more powerful and efficient. If we would, it would be built in right away, no question. And we can do this because we have the technology inside already. We could even do this with a simple firmware upgrade. You know, this is how cool the IMRS prime is, because the IMRS prime has such a sophisticated software architecture and also hardware architecture. It's built in with a fully running computer processor, and you figure that out whenever we correct something or we come out with something new, we give you a firmware upgrade. And we give that for free to you. So the system is growing over time with maybe the bugs we figure out, but also with the feedback we receive from the users. And we are capable of implementing this because the system allows it to be upgraded in a very simple form. And like I said, we even do it free of charge. So whenever there is something you would benefit from it, you would have it. So that's the waveforms. Then we spoke about that. That's the square wave. That's the cheap sine wave. And if we talk about research shows, we always reference the research. And this is what the companies should do. If you make a claim, for example, that sine waves are one of the least effective waveforms for electromagnetic energy, well, then at least reference where you know this information from. And there is, by fact, a study from NASA, and it's referenced here where you can find this information. That a simple sine wave is the least effective when you utilize PEMF for health benefits. So then we have, the intensity. I told you already, less can be more. High intensity devices are good, but only for very, very specific application. There is a new technology which is meanwhile also acknowledged in classical medicine. It's called RTMS. I'm not sure if you heard about that. Repetitive transcranial magnetic stimulation. This is a technology. Those are handheld devices, and these devices, they are used in clinics, in hospitals and clinics. For example, against depression. Works pretty well, you know, and it was approved, I think it's not more than 3, 4, 5 years ago. So it's a quite new technology, and it is also FDA approved, it is Health Canada approved, and the first approval was given for depression. But now they figured out that it also helps, for example, brain diseases like Parkinson or Alzheimer. Also great results with just postponing the progress of the disease. And for example, in Parkinson patients, utilizing transcranial magnetic stimulation can help to lower the tremor. All these kind of things, you know. And on the contrary, and this is so interesting about energy medicine, because I just told you that RTMS helps against the tremor in Parkinson patients. And you have to know, RTMS, we talk about electromagnetic field intensities, again, 3 to 5 Tesla. So that's the same like an MRI. So those units, they have to be, they can only be used in a controlled environment with very skilled people who doing this, because they can harm, you know. And then I can now reference 3 studies I know personally from a guy named Sandik. You know, you can find them on the medical libraries. And he did studies with Parkinson patients with PEMF devices with the best results for tremor and overall health benefits. And those units are in the picotesla range. So that when we speak about intensity, they're in the range. They're about 100 times lower than what we apply. Isn't that, this is so interesting about energy medicine, that sometimes you have the greatest results while in the same time applying very, very little intensity. Huh? So here is more, like what I said, coherence. That's the magic word. It's coherence. You know, to find this perfect combination of these 4 properties in order to create that specific effect for this particular disease or problem or symptom or whatsoever. You know, but it's never ever intensity alone. Never. It's the combination of those properties, you know, the coherence.
What is that?
That's a Tesla coil. This is, by the way, what you see here. This is what's built in our whole body mats. We are the only company utilizing non-insulated solid copper coils. Why do we do this? Because they by far the best conductor when you run current through it to create this magnetic field around it in the most pure form, because it's uninsulated and it has a very thick diameter, these coils. And there is only Swiss Bionic using these kind of coils. All other companies use cheap insulated mesh wire. And insulated mesh wire, we know that from the speakers, they are not solid. When you uninsulate them, then you see there is a lot of tiny wires twisted together. And the problem with these wires is, and with the insulation is, they are not capable of creating something which is very important in order to transfer the signal efficiently, and this is called induction. The induction property of a solid copper coil like this is about 100 times higher comparing to what you have with all the other devices. So again, you need very, very little intensity to create high induction and high efficiency. And we decided to utilize this because we know that it will be always safe for the person to use our systems. Because we don't need a lot of current in order to create high induction. Does it make sense? Yeah. And those coils are very expensive. You can open them, 6 solid copper coils inside, in each of our applicator. And a mesh wire coil costs a fraction of what we are using inside. We talk about factor 100. And we use really solid copper coils. And that's why, and that's what it's also called a Tesla coil. And when it comes to frequency, it's very important that we apply frequencies which the body is capable to resonate with. And remember that example I told you maybe 2 hours ago or 1.5 hours ago, when I said when we suffer from pain and we utilize a smartphone, even if the smartphone is emitting an electromagnetic field, it does not create any pain relieving effect. Why? Because of this. Because the frequency exposed by a smartphone is not within that biological window that we need to achieve in order to create a resonating effect from the body. And speaking in numbers, I can tell you that a smartphone, the average carrier frequency of a smartphone is between 800 and 1900 megahertz. 1 megahertz is a lot. 1 megahertz is 1 million hertz. It means 1 million cycles per second. 800 to 1900 megahertz means between 800 and 1900 million cycles per second. This is the carrier frequency of a mobile phone. The biological window is between 0.5 and 30 hertz. So that's a half until 30 cycles per second, and not 800 to 1900 million cycles per second. So sorry, but your iPhone does not qualify as a PEMF device because there is no coherence.
What is the frequency of the Earth?
In the smartphone?
No.
The Earth, I didn't even mention that, the Earth frequency, meanwhile, there was a German mathematician and he calculated it. Klaus Bionic was his name. The carrier frequency of the Earth is between, now my jet lag hits me. I think it's 15.75 to 15.79 hertz. Which is perfectly within the biological window. Think of your brain waves. Most of your brain waves vibrate between 0.1 and 35 hertz, which is perfectly within the biological window. Remember the so-called Schumann resonance. Maybe you heard about that. This is the carrier frequency of the ionosphere. This is literally the basic carrier frequency of the entire space we live. Ionosphere is the space from the surface of the Earth until the exit of the stratosphere. This is the area, the space where the astronauts are going. And where you cannot survive anymore because in the stratosphere you are lacking gravity and you are lacking oxygen. And you're more or less also lacking light. And that's why you take away the most crucial properties to keep yourself alive. You know how hard it is when you have no oxygen for 3 minutes. It's a hard life, right? So the stratosphere is nothing, but the Schumann resonance, by the way, the Schumann resonance is stable, 7.83 hertz. Very stable. And sometimes it fluctuates. By the way, do you know people who get headaches when the weather is changing? Do you want to know why this happens? You always want to know why this happens, right? I can tell you, this is caused by the so-called spherics. S-F-E-R-I-C-S. The spherics is nothing else. Those are weather conditions. They have a direct impact on the Schumann resonance, on the carrier frequency of the ionosphere. Sometimes when there are weather phenomena and they create some kind of chaos in the ionosphere, they have an impact on the Schumann resonance. So the Schumann resonance starts fluctuating. It's getting out of sync. And there are people, they are sensitive on that. And whenever they sense this, they create migraines. But it's called bidospherics. And it's a quite reasonable and explainable phenomenon. This is the reason. It's just, we have some disturbing frequencies within our biological window, and there are people, they are really sensitive on that. And those are the people, they are mostly, they feel the impact of these vibrations, fluctuations of the spherics caused by weather phenomena. So, yeah, this is more or less the frequency range we are coherent with, we are resonating with. So, if we want to have a positive effect, we should apply frequencies within that window. Everything below or above, usually it doesn't hurt us, we just don't react on that. So, it just doesn't bother us. Exactly, and maybe that's a good finish point, because this is such a nice video which will explain you resonance. Can you read this? You can read this? Yeah. So there was a laboratory experiment which was done in Japan, in the Ikuguchi laboratory, quite a while ago, 11 years ago. And do you know what a metronome is?
Yes.
Yeah, musicians use it for keeping the rhythm when they play something. And what you're going to see here, you see many metronomes. They are on a surface, and they get randomly turned on by a person, just with a finger. Randomly, just one after the other. And the interesting phenomenon, what you can observe during that about 2-minute video is, what do you think is going to happen over time? They're going to be all, they synchronize to each other, just by miracle. And while watching this, I will explain to you before we have our deserved lunch break, why this is going to happen. But look first. This was the first one, right? So this is the PEMF system. And those are your body cells. And they are just chaotically vibrating now on their own frequency. And this is the PEMF system. And you will see over time, each of your body cell will go in resonance with the metronome here, which is the sender. So in other words, when you utilize energy medicine and you have a sender who is capable of introducing an information which can be understood by the receiver, that the receiver will take this information and resonate with it. No, not at all. It's the same. Yeah. It will last 4 to 6 hours, interestingly. No. It usually depends on. I think it's slowing down. It must slow down because it cannot speed up. Yeah, because that would need an additional force which is not given by physics. Yeah, exactly. So you see. So it takes maybe 1-2 minutes, and then almost every cell is already vibrating with the primary introduced frequency. Huh? Isn't that, this is amazing, huh? And this is what happens when you get on those. Yes, and now, but you know how it is in life, there is always this one guy. You can see him? Huh? Just tries to resist, you know? But because it's the principle of resonance, it's just a question of time. Yeah, exactly. Huh? This is the one asking for studies. And now what's interesting, once everything is aligned, it will never go out of sync anymore. It will stay like this.
Is it because that first one was struck?
Exactly. It's only because of that. Yeah? Because one has to give the pace. And one has to give the message what the others have to do. You know? And what you see now here is exactly what happens. What do you think happens when I stop the one I started first? No. They will just keep going in sync with the same frequency. So that means, and this is the good news, when you use a PEMF device for 8 minutes and you stop the application after 8 minutes and then you stand up and go to work, your cells will keep on treating you, because the resonance effect which you create with a PEMF device in about 8 minutes will last, and now listen, this is really powerful, 4 to 6 hours. So you treat yourself not 8 minutes, you treat yourself for 4 to 6 hours. And that's why we always say, when you do a morning session, the evening session, you at least cover already 12 hours of your 24-hour day utilizing this effect.
And going more than 8 minutes?
It will eventually maybe increase the time after you finish, but not necessarily. That depends a little bit on the individual situation. On the capability of your organism, which is still the mystery I cannot answer. Which is still the you have to try it thing. But what's also interesting, when you utilize PEMF technology over a while, then you somehow create a sensitivity, whether you need more or less, whether you need higher intensity or lower intensity, because your body is somehow telling you what it needs and what it doesn't need. And because you cannot harm, you can always try. So you cannot overdose. It's impossible. You know, at least our systems, they are 100% safe. We never ever had a reportable incident in 30 years with one of our units. And believe me, some people, they forget to turn it off. Or I know people, men, especially men, they treat themselves 24 hours because they want to achieve something. I don't know what, but you know, I'm already on 400. Yes! Which means nothing, you know? So, energy medicine is not about intensity. It's about being smart in how to apply it to yourself. Really. And coming back to remember what you asked me about the time, how much time? If you want to do if you want to do good with energy medicine, it's always about consistency and never about intensity. You know, it's like in a relationship. You know, if you do consistently things wrong over a certain period of time, it's not good. You know, but you know, if you do consistently things right, saying every day, I love you, and not only you don't have to turn on the volume. Just say it in between, you know, be consistent, you know, and it will always be, everything will be always good, you know. So this was my way of introducing PEMF technology to you. You probably figured out that maybe you expected something else, that I go a little bit more into how is it chemically, but I think for me it's important that you understand what you can do with energy medicine, that you understand what kind of powerful technology you have in hands, you know, creating incredible effects with very less energy and with a very high safety level. This is also always important to me to share this with you, that you cannot harm you. You know, and I know that sounds so super fantastic that, you know, but it is what it is. You know, you cannot harm, and less is more. Take this home. Whatever you do, it's about consistency and not about intensity. And I think you deserve a break now, you deserve your food now, and we will get back here and start the afternoon session at around 2 o'clock. So enjoy your meal, and thank you for your attention. It was not so easy on a Saturday morning. I hope you enjoyed it, and now, yeah. So like I said, I hope you enjoyed your lunch. Now it's the critical time, because everybody's tired, everybody's like... So let's do this afternoon a little bit workshop style. I would like you to challenge me with your questions, but we do it in an organized way, which is quite difficult in the Q&A sessions from what I learned.
Can we get Chris to go up to the front to get his testimony?
Whatever, of course, Dale.
Yeah, of course.
Absolutely, you're the boss. You're the man in charge. So we plan about 2 hours. The idea is you probably have questions. From the morning session, from all these coherences and sawtooth and whatsoever what we heard. Maybe you try to collect your neurons during the lunch and come up with some intelligent questions, which I'm more than happy to answer. There are no stupid questions, don't worry. All questions are intelligent. And obviously we also have the chance, if you are already a user of one of PEMF device and you want to share experiences with people in the audience, we are more than happy to do that, because it's always important that people who are interested in something hear from people using this technology already. That also helps, and that convinces people most of the time. So yeah, so you're gonna open the afternoon session. You should not be here, by the way, right? You should lie in the hospital now. Yeah, okay, I send you back after that. Okay. Yeah, he has a quite marvelous story, so listen to what he has to share with you.
Just give you a little background on this one. Is this on? Does it work?
Yeah, closer to your mouth.
Just closer.
A little closer, okay. Yeah. Just a little background, just so you understand the significance of the story here. As I tell the story, you'll probably say, "Is that better? Thank you. Yeah, that's better." You know, like I have a neighbor who dismisses me as being in a midlife crisis and all that. But I've been in a midlife crisis since I was 16, when I was knocking at the driver's license building to open up the morning of my 16th birthday so I could get my driver's license. You know, so I've been in midlife crisis my whole life. But just so you understand, very active. I think I am. I do a lot of sports. I'm 73 years old. My doctor says I'm in really good shape for an 80-year-old. But now he thinks I'm an alien because he keeps using the word remarkable in my visits. I was diagnosed a few months ago with a arthritic hip, and I dismissed it for several months because an arthritic hip is an old guy kind of ailment, and I didn't think I fit the category of being an old guy, but apparently I do. So what happened was I was lucky I had a cancellation, but the life I was leading was very intense and very busy. I have a construction company. I've been involved in such projects as the Trump Tower, my company has been, Vancouver House, high-profile jobs. Who races cars here? Yeah, Formula One, somebody. I race the GT3 Porsche. Part of my retirement program was I just bought a new motorcycle. That's considered a super bike. It's in the 1000cc class. In first gear, it does 154 kilometers an hour. I have 6 gears. So, yeah, it got, the police have a few words for me, but I managed to kind of avoid them so far. So, you know, every day for me, I can't wait to get out and to do my thing in the morning. You know, like I'm down at the water before it's light, going out on I don't know if you've heard of these gadgets, they're called e-foils. Google it if you can, E-F-O-I-L, from a company called Lift, L-I-F-T.
Oh, yeah.
They actually approached me and asked me to represent them. I actually go around Vancouver showing off on this. It's basically a surfboard that rides on the water, but you're 2 or 3 feet above the water. I don't know if you've seen them. I was on TV. The police were chasing me through False Creek, and I wasn't cooperating by pulling over. And turns out that the only thing they had on me was speeding. I was speeding. So it's 6 knots in False Creek. I was doing 30. So they had 2 police boats on me, and somebody happened to film the whole thing, and it ended up on TV. And I was threatened with all sorts of, including jail and handcuffs and all sorts of stuff, but I managed to talk my way out of it. But what happened was I was scheduled to go in for an operation to get my hip replaced. And that operation, remarkably, happened like 2 weeks ago. And here I am. And I walked out of the hospital within 24 hours of having the operation. And the only words they had were remarkable. And I went in strong. I knew I had to have the operation. So I did. I have one of these mat systems. So in preparation for it, I was doing it regularly. Well, I did anyways. Because one of the issues I have with the sports I do is that, and that includes like skidoing and snowboarding, the problem that happens as you get older is that if you get knocked out of action, the atrophy sets in right away. And it becomes a downward spiral very, very quickly, in that you'll never recover in time to get back, you know. So what's important is that with minor injuries, that you recover as quickly as you possibly can. And that's what the mat's for, and I use it regularly. And I know a lot of injuries that I've had would have been really serious for someone else, and I managed to just shrug them off. So it's amazing. For me, it's a miracle. It's extended my life quality in a remarkable way. After the operation, I walked out of the hospital within 24 hours of having my operation. And the nurse was chasing me with a cane. Kind of, here, you need this. No, I don't. I'm okay. It was hilarious. And, apparently, they've never had that happen. So,
There it is.
yeah, that's me. Yeah.
Wonderful.
There I am. See, that's when they
But
walk in.
you can go lower or higher?
Yeah, you can go lower or higher if you want. See there, I'm skimming the water. And that's kind of a couple of years old, but yeah, that's that's just before the police boats showed up.
Yeah, it says that this guy was caught because he was taking it. I thought it was
Yeah, no, that's right. Yeah, no, it's awesome. Yeah, they found it. That's amazing. Yeah. So I thank you so much, Wolfgang, for my quality of life, and have a great time enjoying it. And
Well, my pleasure, but like I said, providing technology and using it are two pairs of shoes,
Yeah.
so you can only benefit from it if you're
Yeah.
keen to use it and
Oh, yeah.
if you consistently work with it.
Yes, I
Yes,
am, yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
But I'm happy to have you here because, like I said, usually according to classical medicine, he should be in the hospital for another week and not be able to move.
yeah.
So don't believe always what your doctor says. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Somebody else want to share? Or somebody else has a question? It's up to you.
I have a question.
That's good. An intelligent question. No, come on.
I don't know if you can combine the pad or the spot with the mat.
Yes, that's a very good question. That's actually a very intelligent question. Thank you so much. You get 50 bonus points credited to your account. This is always a question rising up. Can you use both applicators, for example, a whole body mat and a local applicator, in the same time? Well, technically now you can do it with the IMRS Prime because it allows you the split mode, where you can run two independent applications within the same time. But according to physics, you should not combine two sessions with two different applicators in the same time. Why? Because it's just, again, physics. You should not do this because when you run two applicators, obviously with two different waveforms, because on the whole body mat you have a triple sawtooth waveform. This is the one giving you an abundant amount of frequencies in the same time, and on the local applicator you are utilizing a square wave. So if physically, if two different waveforms meet each other, they create chaos. So what actually happens, you are creating additional overwaves which are not in control anymore, because it's not meant to be that two different waveforms meet each other. And then what happens is the mix of what you're gonna create may cancel out the effectiveness of each one of the two. And then you probably end up in utilizing an application which has no effect at all. You will not harm you, because it cannot harm you, but you will probably cancel out the effect. And I know that people are trying to be as efficient as possible always, because that's how we are as human beings. But combining a whole body application with a local application is a no-go when you really want to make sure that you not cancel out the effect. Now we have the second case, how about using a pillow and a pad application and a spot application, which is both a square wave and which is not covering the same spot. Because if you combine a whole body application with a local application, you always have certain spots where both exposures are present at the same time. When you use two local applicators, for example a spot and a pad, and you would, for example, use the pad on your legs, and maybe the spot on your neck or on your tennis elbow, whatever you would like to treat, and utilizing both applications with the Imaris Prime, using the split mode, then I would say that's a good to go from my side, because the applicators are far away from each other, so you will probably not create any frequency chaos, and in the same time you are using the same waveforms, and you're using it away from each other. So one is on the upper part of your body, the other one is on the lower part of your body, and you will probably not create any interference. So that's, for me, my opinion and my knowledge, are good to go. Yeah, but any applicator where any second applicator where the whole body mat is involved is critical and should not be done, because with the whole body mat you have an exposure on your whole body. So you have already a sawtooth exposure, and when you add a square wave, you definitely create chaos.
And would that be the same for the hexagon brain?
No, for the brain not. No, the brain can be used always, in conjunction with a pillow, a pad, a spot, a whole body applicator. She's talking about the AVE, audiovisual entrainment, brainwave entrainment, however you're going to call it. This can be always added to a pulsed electromagnetic field session, because there is no interference at all. And this also applies to, people always say, yeah, but you said always two applicators, it's not working, but why is far infrared and PMF working? Because their wavelengths, have totally different characteristics. Both are out of the electromagnetic spectrum, but pulsed electromagnetic fields is an inductive force. So you create induction. That's a mechanical force you can measure. It's a physical mechanical force. And far infrared is a wavelength which creates warmth. So that's a totally different spectrum in terms of frequency, in terms of how this force is made, or what this force is made of. And those two types of electromagnetic waves, they don't interfere with each other. This also applies to red light, for example. You could always combine a PMF with a red light session. There are these red light beds or whatsoever, and you could always add even, a PMF session with far infrared together with red light, because those waveforms do not interfere with each other. And only one of them is inductive, which is pulsed electromagnetic fields, and creates induction. So that's the part what you should look at it. And brainwave entrainment can be always easily added anyway.
Can you explain about that piece, because I'm really scared about that. I don't want to use it on myself. I don't know why. I'm just scared.
Yeah, you don't know why, but you are scared. Okay.
I'm scared it's gonna create more anxiety.
Okay. I understand what you mean. So let's talk about this crazy stuff about audiovisual entrainment. The basic idea, at the time we introduced that, the idea was much more simple than you think it should be, because my understanding was, if somebody has to lie for 8 minutes, what are you going to do there? Nothing. Right? So most of the people at the beginning, they always try to keep themselves busy because they had to lie somewhere, which is very difficult for people. Right? To lie at a certain spot at a certain time and be there for a certain amount of time, 8 minutes, 16 minutes, however long. So for some people it's already a challenge. So you know, some people, they try to entertain themselves just to get over it with the time. So in the good old times, people were reading newspaper and books, which was fine. In the modern times, people using their smartphones, which is not good, you know. But people are doing this, you know. Pardon? Yeah, you can watch TV. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. There's nothing wrong. It always depends on what you watch. But that's a different story. But watching TV has no direct interaction with PMF. Just the content, maybe, the waveform. Again, you know, you're again the same, you know. But so if somebody's lying for 16 minutes, how could we make this more efficient? And then we came up with the idea that we say, why we don't create something for the brain, what we already have for the whole body. And that was the idea of utilizing brainwave entrainment, audiovisual entrainment, which is a quite established and also quite safe application out of, how are you going to describe? It's interesting with audiovisual entrainment, it's not medicine, it's not even alternative medicine. To me, it's again nothing else than applied physics. Because the basic idea of audiovisual entrainment is quite simple. Science figured out that our brain is vibrating within a certain frequency range. We know that. We can even measure that with the EEG. Maybe you heard about that, electroencephalography. And so you can measure the brain waves and it shows you values. Those values can be interpreted in frequency. And we also know nowadays from applied science that certain frequency ranges in our brain, they correlate with a state of how we feel ourselves. You know, how we feel. For example, in the morning, when you would do an EEG at a normally healthy person, you would probably see prevailing alpha and beta waves, which are the shorter wavelengths, so the higher frequencies, and which correlate with the mental state of being awake and alert and concentrated and ready to conquer the day. So this is just physics. You know, you measure, you realize, we have a lot of alpha and beta waves, we have almost no delta and theta waves, which are the slower waveforms, the longer frequencies, and they are more responsible for our state of being tired, being sleepy, dreaming. Those are these brain states where you can find a lot of these waveforms, and you can measure them. So, and then the next thing, what the neuroscience, it's more, it belongs a little bit more to neuroscience, I would say it like that. You know, then neuroscience figured out, if you sing a song to the brain with a certain frequency, and this frequency is within the band, the frequency band, the brain understands basically, then it tunes in after a while to these frequencies. So, in other words, if I sing a song to you and you know that song and you like it and you can cope with it, then I can force you to sing it with me. And you would do this after a while when I apply this on and on and on. And this is how brain wave entrainment was discovered. So by applying external frequencies to the brain, which are within a frequency range the brain utilizes itself and therefore understands it, you are capable of forcing the brain to tune in to the frequencies you apply. Does it make sense to you? Good. So, in other words, and now because we know from neuroscience that prevailing frequencies in the brain, they correlate with a certain mental state, right? So that gives us the idea that we can literally force the brain to change the frequencies, and as a result, to put you in a different mental state. Mainly the idea is, for example, people who are always under fire, managers, business owners, people who have a lot of stress to deal with on a daily basis, people who work in healthcare, doctors, people who take care about the elderly. All these people who are always under stress, you know. If you make an EEG on those people, you will have a lot of prevailing alpha and beta waves. And the problem with these people is they cannot switch their brain to delta and theta anymore. So they have problems to calm down, they have problems to relax, they have problems to recover, to regenerate, they also have problems to sleep. You know, because their brain is not transforming into these longer frequencies anymore. And with brainwave entrainment, what you do is you apply those frequencies, which the brain doesn't have anymore at that time, and in the same time you force the brain to tune in with it. And it's gonna work. So the brain is developing these frequencies again, which then has an immediate cause on your mental state, bringing you from flight, fight and survive to rest and digest. That's basically what brainwave entrainment does. And just to fulfill this, you can trigger the brain with talking to the different senses. You have the senses through the eye, so you can apply visible frequencies. You also have the sensors through the ear, so you can do this with acoustic signals and stimuli. And we also know that color has an impact on brainwaves. And you do this together with the light you apply. So you actually have 3 different possibilities how to talk to your brain and how to motivate it to tune into certain frequencies using the audio-visual channel, audio with tones, visual with flickering lights, and at the same time also using colors, which also happens through your visual system. And the Iris Prime and Omnium One systems from Swiss Bionic, they can be equipped with additional brainwave entrainment systems, which trigger all these 3 senses with color, with tones, and with flicker frequencies, and to do exactly what I just told you. You know, and some people, in fact, and I totally understand where you're coming from when you said, I'm afraid to use that, because I experienced that so many times when people use brainwave entrainment for the first time, And for example, they get exposed to a too intense light. That's why you can adjust it. And also to the wrong color, which doesn't match their current brain state, then it can be very unpleasant at the beginning. A typical example, a totally stressed out manager, you put them on a PEMF system and with brainwave, and you put them on intensity 200 on the full body mat, and together you put a brainwave entrainment system with red, 100% intensity. It takes about 3 minutes, and he's gonna leave the room, because this is exactly what this kind of people do not need at that moment. Because when people already see red, don't apply red. Makes sense, right? Because they're already enough. That's where this phrase comes from. I'm seeing red. So I'm already like this. If you apply, for example, green to this person, easy. No problem at all. Yes, now.
Because it's an alignment.
Yeah.
Can we actually see different color when we haven't seen something?
Yeah, I know what you say. Yeah. Yes. This is very interesting. Thank you that you said this. She's first of all, important note. Always close your eyes, okay? I mean, I had customers in the past. They said, "Oh, this brainwave entrainment is so cool, but I have problems. I cannot see anything 1 hour after a treatment." Because they were open the eyes, looking in the flickering light, you know. I told them it's not a freak show. It has a therapeutic idea behind it. So you don't need to open your eyes. You have to close your eyes, because you get the sense of the light through your closed eyes as well. So it's not so for sure. That's more for sure clear. And now what she said, that's very interesting. I was waiting for that. She said, for example, I have it on blue. I close my eyes. I maybe see blue for 30 seconds, and then I see all kind of colors. Or a lot of people see just gray. Or people have blue but they see red and green. And yes, that's normal, because what you actually see, or subjectively see, is how your brain interprets the applied waves. So that's quite funny, and depending on your mental state, it may happen that the color you see, which is the interpretation of your brain, and the reaction of the applied stimulus, can be totally different comparing to the color you expose. And there you can see how your brain is working with that. And it's absolutely normal that you can see all kinds of colors, you know, but you will always apply the color which you choose. The system doesn't change the color, but the interpretation of your brain can be very interesting, from any color to even black and white and gray. So that tells you how much power is in such an application, and how the brain is capable of interpreting that. So coming back to your question at the beginning, it is not dangerous to use brainwave entrainment it's not dangerous at all, but it can be quite unpleasant in terms of your subjective feeling and reaction towards it. If you choose the wrong color, for example, and if maybe the flicker light, the flicker frequency is too intense in terms of the light intensity, which you can control both systems. So always start with a lower intensity, and if you want to really give you a good start into audiovisual entrainment, never start with red. Because red can be good. Red is, for example, a great color for people who wake up at 6 in the morning, but you cannot speak until 12 noon with these people. Because you know what I mean? Because they're just not there. Those are the people, red will do the job, for sure. But most of the people, they are, nowadays in our society, are more or less high when it comes to the autonomic nervous system. So they more towards fight, fright and flight, comparing to rest and digest. So most of the people, they tolerate colors with green easily, and if you don't want to get too sleepy and using AV entrainment during the day, you can use any color which is related to blue, light blue, dark blue, and everything in between. I mean, color therapy is a book. It's not just 5 minutes talk. But you can utilize the entire power of color therapy with a brainwave entrainment system, because especially the hexagon brain allows you to utilize each visible color out of the visible spectrum. So it's very powerful.
Flicker light, or you think it's strobe light?
Yeah, it's a strobe light, but with lower frequencies. But some people, they feel like in a techno disco when they do it for the first time. But interestingly, 90%, if you adjust it right, with the right color, with the right frequency, they fall asleep after 10 minutes. Even if it's really...
So each of the fast start programs will have a prescribed color.
Yes.
And performance is something that I
Exactly.
do like 6:37 in the morning because I want to be out there.
Exactly. The fast start programs in the IMRS Prime and also in the Omnium 1, in both systems, they also have pre-programmed patterns for the usage of audiovisual entrainment. So if you use them, like you said, if you go on the performance program, you will probably see a lot of red. Or a lot of red parts of the visible light spectrum, because red is something which makes you alert and which triggers your concentration. And that relates to a performance fast start program, because when you use fast start performance, your idea is to go, you have a challenge ahead of you. So you wanna be ready. And the brainwave entrainment helps you with a correct application of color and frequencies to not only alert your body, but also to alert your brain to be ready for the upcoming challenge.
Now, fast start hybrid selection in there, it basically just includes the
Exactly.
the map, right?
Exactly.
So what I learned to do is like if I wanted performance hybrid, I have to press performance and then cancel it and then go to hybrid, because I will incorporate the performance program into the hybrid.
No, you don't have to.
No?
No, you can, with the new 2.25 upgrade, you can always add the hybrid function to each fast start program out of the fast start menu. Yes. You just, there is an additional hexagon, which just tells you hybrid, active, inactive. So you go to the fast start programs, you choose whatever you want, sleep, performance, and then you just press. It will, the hexagon will come up when RMAT is connected to the system. Otherwise, it will not come up, you know, because it detects it automatically. And then you can just put the hybrid. It's green for active and red for inactive, and then you can run the hybrid together with the fast start program. Yeah.
Question. More related to how safe is it to use this system
Okay, two things. First of all, you can safely use each applicator on each part of your body without restriction. So even if you use the spot in the head neck area around the brain on 400 intensity for 3 hours, the only probably side effect you're gonna have, you become more intelligent.
Have you had anybody try it for vision?
Oh yeah, we have so many testimonials from each part. But just to make it clear, it's safe. There, nothing can happen. Okay, and for dental applications, it's 100% go. When it comes to faster wound healing, when it comes to faster nerve regeneration, when everything what is connected with healing, which is quite important for any dental treatments, whether it's extraction or replacement, or there are so many technologies nowadays in the dental industry. They make millions with that, right? It can be always used, pain relief, faster healing. It's 100% go, and it's 100% hit. Because, yeah, definitely. And we have so many dentists using PEMF also to reduce pain right after, for example, a small surgery, which is performed quite often when you work on the teeth, and it always heals much faster. It's almost comparing to these TEP operations, total endoprosthesis. So, for example, like a hip replacement or a knee replacement, dental implants. This is more or less the same topic. You know, you just increase healing time dramatically, really, and it's just 100% go, definitely.
Sorry, I have a follow-up question to that one. You mentioned 400 intensity, 400 and up. How safe it is to use for different ailments?
Yeah, like I said, you cannot harm.
So there's
No, because the four.
It does feel that it's more intense, actually.
Yeah, it is, but it's still, we talk about 300 microtesla max, which is about 2.5 times higher than the Earth magnetic field, which is nothing comparing to. I mean, if you stand in front of a microwave oven, you have probably 10 to 20 times more the electromagnetic exposure comparing to the spot on 400.
What about an up? I believe there was like an 800.
No, it goes to 400.
Oh, 400.
Yeah. Except you have a system which I don't know from our company.
Maybe it's too high.
The latest system I created goes up to 400. I'm pretty positive about that. You know, which relates to about 300 microtesla with the spot and about 120 to 150 microtesla with the pad. Because with the spot we have a little bit of a higher intensity, because we can bundle the intensity on a more narrow it more down to a smaller spot. But it's still, you cannot harm. Most of the systems on the market, they have intensities, they are 10-20 times higher than ours. You know, but the problem is they only work with intensity because they don't know how to solve the problem with the other properties. They all sine wave systems, so they have just one frequency at a time. They don't work with sophisticated waveforms. They don't have frequency generators built in. They work with dirty electricity because they just introduce the wall current to you, just hack it with all its super nice, yeah. I made measurings on the oscilloscope. You can see all the dirty electricity on that. There is nothing filtered. They just hacked the 60 hertz. But you get literally this 100% electrosmog.
Somewhere in your literature, you're quoted as saying, gentle breath is much more powerful than a very heavy puff. And when I read that, I'm the guy that was there like, I can do 400.
Yes.
I kind of read that.
Yeah.
I tuned it right down, and it was a very significant difference that I felt in my session. Like, I tuned it down to 10 or 50 or 20, and I was probably, I can survive 400 for 20 minutes, and that was just so long.
Yeah, but that's what it is. You know, men like us, we sometimes need to learn a lesson. Because we always or often believe in the fact that a lot helps a lot. You go to the gym, you know, you have to lift the heavy weights in order to look like Arnold. You have to do this and that. No, but that's quite something we have to deal with. And we probably don't do this intentionally. It's just our genetics. It's just how our system works, you know. And then, you know what cured me? I'm very, how to say, I have I'm excited about hiking, about going to the mountains. A couple years ago, I wanted to go to Mount Everest. I wanted to do it before I turned 50. And then a lot of things happened in my life. And then before that, I met Veronica, and she said, if you do this, I'm running away from you because I can't deal with that. So I was really, I mean, I had the plan. The plan was done. How to prepare for that, everything was written, you know. I was on high mountains in Europe. I hiked a lot in the past, but I skipped the plan. I will never go there anymore. And now you cannot even go because you have no space anymore. You have to wait until you can go up there because it's a big business. But you know who impressed me is the people, the Sherpas, who, you know, they weigh between 50 and 65 kilos and they carry the same weight on their back, 2,500 altitude meters, and they do this 2 times per day if you trigger them.
A lot of them carry the oxygen tanks as well, and they don't go out with oxygen.
So, and they don't look like Arnolds, right? Not at all. They, like I said, their average weight is between 50 and 65 kilos, and alone when they go from Lukla, which is the airport, that's the last airport you can go, and then you have to go to base camp Everest, which is about a 3 or 4 days hike. And most of the Sherpas, they carry all the stuff from the expeditions. They carry 65 kilos, 4 days in a row, every day for 8 hours. So how are they gonna do that, you know? And, pardon?
Prana.
Yeah, it's you know, well, first of all, they grow up in this environment, so they get used to it. But my opinion, they still, you know, question Newton's physics with what they are doing, right? Because there is no explanation, but they still do it. So that impressed me, I must say, you know, and that gave me exactly this kind of faith, not to believe that a lot helps a lot, that life, health, disease, it's all about moderation, it's about consistency, it's about also, sometimes you are also allowed to make a mistake, you know, which is maybe the bottle of wine on Saturday evening. Well, that's a mistake, but if it happens only one time, I even believe that our bodies need that kind of challenges in order to not lose their ability to protect. And you can only keep that ability alive if you trigger it from time to time, right? So, you know, and that's why, of course, you probably look better if you lift the heavy weights, you know, and you can impress one or the other girl a little bit more than, but you truly cannot impress yourself with doing this, not especially your body. I think you can more impress your body with moderation, with intentional living, in terms of what you allow to give yourself and what you allow to give others from yourself. It's also important. And just, you know, keep everything in balance, inside and outside and around you. And I think that makes the difference. That was always the concept which worked for me, because even when I lost this balance, and I did, like everybody, you know, just by knowing that I'm on the path to lose it, I could catch it and get myself back, because I'm consciously aware that it's happening, and that's why, you know, and energy medicine is truly not about intensity. It's about having this Sherpa mind, put everything together, and then, you know, do something what you usually cannot do. Just do it, because I think they are the only ones that never question it. It's just the people around that question it, but they said should just do it, you know. And for me, it's unbelievable.
The statement you put out that resonated with me was that at the bottom of like what we're trying to do here is affect our bodies on a cellular level. So if you want to affect the cell in your body, how much force are you going to apply to the cell? And
It's not so much, huh?
Not so much.
Yeah.
And that's what got me off the 400 to the 20.
Exactly.
And that was what you explained.
Yeah. So, question.
Mine is a little bit kind of in relation to hers a little bit, that if I've had back surgery and afterwards there was some nerve damage, and you always have this feeling in your arm, in your foot, like it's like, you know, when your foot's gone to sleep, you're sitting on the couch and then you're coming out of it and that, you know, really tingly. Anyway, so when I use the small pad, it increases that sensation, which makes sense because it's putting the energy out or whatever. But how do you actually get rid of that sensation? Like, do you have to keep bringing it or bring it at a certain amount? Do you kind of heal?
Well, in general, if one or the other sensation or one or the other symptom is becoming worse while using a holistic modality, which includes PEMF, that's actually a good sign, because you somehow you gain a so-called healing crisis. You know, a healing crisis. Well, let's make that a little bit scientific, just for you to understand that how health and disease work.
After.
After.
Yeah, thank you.
It's 100%. So actually, this is our lifetime. Just I displayed here from 10 to 120 years, could be more, depending on, depends on the individual. And this is the a percentage of your immune system. So what we're going to do now, let's see how health and disease works in terms of how does our body react on a certain incident during our life, and let's see what could happen to us if we, for example, go to the wrong doctor, go to the right doctor, getting the wrong medicine, getting the right medicine, or even heal naturally, all these different things. Okay, usually when you are not exposed to any disease, and we assume you were born healthy, your immune system is on 100%. You are 100% healthy. You have no army inside you're fighting against something from outside. And then at a certain age, something happens. So the first thing what happened when you, doesn't matter if it's a manual impact, a mechanical impact, or a virus, or a bacterium, whatsoever, what is the first reaction of your body always to something like that? Exactly. For example, it could be an inflammation. An inflammation, by definition, is nothing else than a healing reaction. Because an inflammation triggers your immune system to send out the troops, you know, your Igs in your blood, you know this, the Igs, to look where's the problem and then try to solve that problem. When this happens, your immune strength automatically gets lowered. It's like, you know, you go to fight in a war with, let's say, 100,000 soldiers, and 10,000 out of that 100,000 are involved in a certain fight with the enemy. So that means your entire structure of your army becomes weakened because 10,000 of the soldiers are busy with doing something else. And this is exactly how we react on an incident which we just described. So for some reason, there is a virus, there is a bacteria, you create inflammation, which is a healing reaction. So your immune system in general becomes weaker because parts of your immune system now have to deal with that problem. That makes all sense, right? So, let's say you are here, your immune system is only on 70%. So, and now, imagine what is the best case scenario when this happens? What would be the best case scenario? The best case scenario would be your body would be able or is capable to deal with that situation on its own. In the meaning of, I don't have to consult a doctor, I don't have to take any medication, I'm just capable of dealing with it on my own, which eventually will lead to that. Your immune system takes care of it. It cancels and fights the inflammation. The inflammation disappears. Your 10,000 soldiers are coming back, and you have your full strength of your army again. Does it make sense? Okay, so you are back on 100%. Second scenario, we are back here, and we have these people, they say, whenever something is wrong, I have to call my doctor. So, well, this is quite practical, right? I'm not talking about fairy tales here. This is what happens, you know? Oh, I have this pain, oh, I think I have this, I have to make an appointment, or what can I do? And then it depends on the story and on the reaction what the doctor does with you. If this doctor is a real good doctor, maybe he or she is capable of identifying the cause of the problem and probably telling you, you know, there is nothing we need to do. Just go home, relax for 3 days, your body will take care of it. You will end up probably with the same situation, just putting a little bit more time in between and probably a little bit of money. Okay, if the doctor is not such a good doctor, you come here with an inflammation and 70% immune system, and the doctor says, yeah, I can see, I know exactly what you have. You are already the 5th patient today, and there is a big thing going on, and you have to take this and that. So end up with telling you a nice story, probably giving you a prescription with some medication, or a treatment, or an injection, whatsoever. Which is also very common nowadays, right? So, now you receive a medication or an injection for something nobody actually knows for what, because there is no actual root cause. You know, there is an inflammation because an inflammation is always there if something wrong, but this doctor actually is not capable of detecting the real cause, but prescribing something which is against the symptoms. So now what happens is, you expose your body with toxins. Not telling you about the doses, but whenever you get a medication, you get a toxin. Because a medication is usually 99.9% chemistry. Right? And usually it's toxic because it is designed to create a counter reaction on a reaction in your body, in your chemistry. So eventually you will get back to health, but maybe, I don't know, depending on whatsoever, you will not be able to go back to 100% because of the medication. You created some toxins in your body. And those toxins are, if they are good toxins, they cycle around a little bit, and then if you are lucky, you get rid of them through your lymphatic system or whatsoever. But people are not always that lucky. Sometimes it happens that the toxins get stuck, that the body creates depots. And whenever this happens, you are already in a vicious circle. Because it may happen over time, because those are the people. What they do usually, this is how their lifeline looks when it comes to health and disease. More symptoms caused by more medication creates more visits, more problems again, more medication, and so on and so on. So those people become more and more toxic, even maybe if the real cause of their problems is not even legit anymore. You know what I'm talking about? But they already are in this vicious circle, exactly. And believe it or not, I would say nowadays about half of the entire population on this planet is already here. in this area. Because most of the people at least take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 medication. They don't even know anymore for what they take that. Mostly it starts with medication for high blood sugar or high blood pressure. Did you know that about 10 years ago, North America produced 55 million sick people overnight by changing the benchmark for high blood pressure from 140 to 90 to 120 to 80? They just changed the benchmark. So they, 10 years ago, 140 to 90 was normal blood pressure. And then overnight they changed it to 120 to 80. And suddenly 55 million people were sick, according to the system. But not by being sick, it's just by changing the benchmark.
You're saying this is in the US?
Yeah, it was in New York, in North America. Yeah.
Like 20%.
You may
The-
be required to take medication for that.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point.
What do they call them? Water pills.
And the thing about the real story about blood pressure is that every person has his or her own level, which sometimes with people, they have a little bit of a higher level, and there are people, they have a little bit of a lower level. But none of them are sick. It's just, but in our system, every person, it doesn't matter if it's a 2 weeks old child or an 85-year-old senior, is considered to be ill if the blood pressure is higher than 120 to 80. That should already raise questions. But obviously not. We just take all this with pride.
And then out of fear.
Yeah.
Sleeping cheap.
And then they tell you, if you don't eat the pills, you get a stroke because you will have 125 to 90, which is quite okay. I mean, there's nothing to worry about. But I want to finish this. So the problem we are facing is that I'm not sure. I would not reflect this to the people here in the audience, because I know you are really much more conscious about all this. You know more, you educate yourself better. But I know it for a fact that this is the global trend of where health moves towards. And the movement is very obvious. It's all about keeping the people sick. It's all about, this is where the money goes. Because here are the people, they can still live, they can still articulate themselves, they can still maintain somehow a lifestyle, but they already so sick that they are depending on the healthcare system in terms of the medication they take, the treatment they are utilizing, and so on and so on and so on. And it's true, you cannot make money with healthy people and with dead people.
Yeah, right.
Did you know that the Flexner Act?
Yeah, the Flexner Act was responsible for the whole...
1910.
In 1910, yeah, the Flexner Act was responsible for the development of the wrong healthcare all over North America. Exactly.
So, excuse
Huh?
me, I still don't really know, like, you're saying about the back and neuropathy. I'm kind of,
Yeah.
do I use?
So whenever you have a healing reaction, when you ever said, because your observation was when you use the system that sometimes the symptoms become worse.
Yeah, like.
Exactly. And the reason why this happens is because whenever you use the system, you probably come here because you trigger your immune system to force a healing reaction. And a healing reaction is always an acute worsening of symptoms. It's always like that. So,
But is neuropathy related to your immune system?
yes, because your immune system is your health police. Absolutely. And if something wrong with your neural system, and it needs to be corrected, your immune system, your immune defense has to start working on that.
So would you use a small pad?
Yes, definitely.
Like 400?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, absolutely.
Because that's what's called that.
No, yeah, because what you experience is just a worsening because triggered by a healing reaction. So that means the body is understanding what you are doing and taking over this and create a quite strong healing reaction. And a healing reaction is always accompanied by a sign, by a symptom. In this case, it's the worsening of the already existing symptom.
And how long is something like that?
Usually, it's maybe 2, 3, 4 times, and then you will not feel it anymore, because then it already shows the tendency towards healing. And here, when you're already ascending towards healing, there is no, the healing reaction are still there, but they are not, you will not notice it anymore. But they mostly happen here, because here it's acute. You know, here it's already chronic. Because here the differentiation between healing and disease is much, much lower than if you are 100% with the immune system and you have an immediate a problem or situation with a health issue, then it will really drop and you will have strong symptoms here, and if you heal them out towards 100%, they will disappear again. Here, the symptoms are always there, but they are not really strong. You know, that's all maintenance here. So people who live in this field here, they will probably, if it becomes worse with them, that will be a very slow process, but they will also never become healthy again. People here have never a chance to go back to 100% if they more or less don't change anything dramatically right from day to day till tomorrow. And maybe they have a chance. But this is where most of the people are already living. Now your question.
It was actually, you'd wanted to hear some testimonials, and I'm so sorry. This kind of goes back to something we were talking about 20 minutes ago. I just couldn't get your attention without jumping.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you want to share.
Yeah, we can have another testimonial,
That's
of course.
okay.
Then I can have a break. Come here.
Yeah. I
Just
Yeah,
one
for
quick
sure.
question about
Yeah.
the locality of the spots, the accessories.
Yes.
So the full body mount, obviously, you got the whole thing, you're
Yeah.
laying down on it.
Yeah.
The smaller pieces, let's say it's my shoulder and it's
Yeah.
got my spots flung over, but let's say it's not comfortable, I can put them on my lap. How big of an effort do I need to make to localize the spot location or the mat to the
Not
position?
really, not really,
Right,
because
because your blood's going
Yes,
through
yes.
and every cell is getting.
you have to understand, electromagnetic waves are the only waves out of the electromagnetic spectrum which are capable of going through entire materia and create induction. Comparing, for example, to all kinds of other, for example, laser. Laser has a very limited penetration depth. Ultrasound, which is, by the way, not electromagnetic field because it's a sonic wave, but ultrasound has a very limited penetration depth. Maybe 3-4 centimeters. You know, that's it. And electromagnetic waves, they go through entire materia and they spread in any direction from the coil, from the source.
Yeah.
So you can be as unspecific.
That's what I was thinking, because your question was around, should I put it up here? And
Yeah.
it's like, well, put it here, who cares?
You will always
It's going to get your whole body.
exactly.
And the
Yeah.
radiance of a spot in comparison to a mat, I was having another gal ask about
Yeah.
it. The far infrared goes up about a couple of inches.
Enough to
to get
cover.
the whole line.
Yes,
But
yes.
But the PEMF waves are just
Yeah.
like, they're going like
They,
this.
they go about 4 to 6 feet.
Yeah,
About even 2 meters. You can still measure them.
yeah, so you can put your spots over here and
Yeah.
still fix your
Use
eyeballs.
the- yeah, exactly.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
That's, thanks.
Yeah, exactly. The only thing, just to add this before we start with you, no, it's okay. Why? You know, this is the spot we have.
Yeah.
The spot is very interesting because it has a property which is quite unique. You have 2 coils with a flexible band in between. So actually what you can do, you can apply the applicator so that the coils are facing each other. For example, put your shoulder in between while the coils are facing each other. You know, whenever the coils facing each other and you create an electromagnetic field, and the electromagnetic field is meeting in between 2 coils which are parallel to each other, then you create a so-called Helmholtz effect. And this Helmholtz effect is very important because the Helmholtz effect ensures that you create a 100% homogenic field right in between the coils. And that even increases the effect of the electromagnetic wave per se. So when you have the coils facing each other and they emit an electromagnetic field right here in the center, the field is 100% homogenic. And if you apply this, for example, to treat your knee, left side, right side, you have a very, very high efficiency right in between. And that makes the spot so powerful compared to a pad, where you cannot create this effect because you cannot bend it in the way that the coils are facing each other. You can do this only once, and then it breaks. So, yeah, and now it's yours.
And how far apart can you pull the spots? I know that maybe if you start making those little bands in between, I know it's all your wires from your
Yeah, you have to be
coils.
careful,
Yeah.
because there's a wire in between. But usually the band
Goes pretty, I can get it sort of.
yeah. If it's not 100%, it doesn't matter. It's not about, it's just they have to more or less align, you know, and then you will have this effect anyway. But this is a very powerful applicator, much more powerful than you can ever imagine. Yeah.
Thank
Are
you.
you ready?
I am.
Do you remember your testimony?
Oh yeah, totally. I'm brand new to PMF treatments, like a month and a bit. And I remember when I got my device and I set everything up, I was so excited. And I'm really, really hyperactive. My brain does not stop. I dream very intense dreams every night, so I don't sleep well. I'm always on the go. I sleep about 5 hours a night. And I'm constantly running at like 1,000 miles an hour. So I don't need to drive cars because I am a race car, just happening all the time inside. And I just wanted to speak about the Omni Brain because you were concerned, Chrissy. So I just wanted to share my experience specifically with you, but I mean, if it benefits anyone else, great. The first night I had it, I'm like, I'm gonna try the goggles. I call them the goggles, sorry, because it's easier. I put them on and I'm like, I'm gonna try the relaxation setting, because I wonder what that does. And it was, I don't know, I call it trippy, because I'm always used to running at this pace. And I remember laying there going, oh, this is kind of a fun light show. I can see this pattern, now it's this pattern. Oh, interesting. The sounds match the flickerings. Okay. And I'm following the patterns because I can't shut up inside. And then all of a sudden, it went quiet. I did not fall asleep, but it was something like sleep when the program finished. So this is one of the, what do they call the preset things? It was the preset for the relaxation. When it finished, I remember taking the goggles off and sitting up and looking around going, it is so quiet. It's quiet in my head. which I don't even understand that. Apparently there are people who live like this and it's amazing, but it kind of freaked me out at first because I'm like, I don't have thoughts. And I guess I'm thinking about the fact that I'm not thinking about anything, and I got up and I'm walking around going, this is really freaky. Oh my gosh, like I'm aware of, oh, there's a cup there. And I can see it clearly and I can focus on it because I don't focus well. I sat down and read a textbook that I was working on, and I could read and understand my textbook because relaxation doesn't make you sleepy, it makes you calm. And it calmed me in a way I don't even know if I can achieve that elsewhere. So it did that. Then the next night I'm like, well, I'm gonna try the sleep setting, let's see how that works. And I had the best sleep. It wasn't long, it was still only 7 hours, but it was 7 solid hours of REM cycles, like nice deep sleep. I had no rememberable dreams, I woke up refreshed, and it still freaks me out in a, I love it, but do I trust it, but I love it, sort of thing. So I don't know if that helps you at all, because it all freaks me out, everything. I even spent the money and it still freaks me out, because I don't know what it's gonna do. I'm really hypersensitive to things, so I had my setting, like brightness really, really low, so that it wouldn't overstimulate. I did try red once for 5 minutes, which is not a good idea. I was really angsty and even more hyper than usual, but I just wanted to share that with you and with everyone else. And I've never tried it again because it was so trippy. I'm like, I gotta be in the right mindset for this and have to make sure I don't have. Right? I know, it would be great. I should start my day like that, but I might never get anything done. So I just wanted to share that with you and with everyone else. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
One last question.
Yes, yes.
What about pets? And
Totally,
how does it work with pets?
Yeah, with
Yes.
pets, I mean,
My dog loves
Do they have
it.
cells in their body?
No, but
I told you that,
the goats, like
yeah. Well, first of all, you can introduce pets to our PMF system, so they are working with the pets equal like with human beings. There is also no specific frequency for the pets, no specific intensity. It's even better with the pets because the pets usually, when the intensity is too high, they will let you know. They don't go on it because they have the better sensitivity. But usually, if you turn on a PMF system in your house somewhere and there's a pet close to it, they will trigger it and they will go towards it.
That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
I've got a cat that now every time I
Yeah.
lay on the mat.
Be careful with cats because cats sometimes they are weird. No, it's true. You know, I mean the dogs. If you have a dog at home, that's a home run with PMF. With a cat, it depends on the cat. Because sometimes you have cats, they are afraid of radiation and they won't go. With dogs or horses, for example, it will never happen. But with cats, it happens. They have a different anatomy, how they sense and interpret energy. That's why cats sometimes maybe you remember these pictures from the ancient times from the grandmas when the cats were sitting on the TV. Remember that? They were sitting on the top of the TV. They felt very comfortable sitting there, even if it's electromagnetically not a nice spot to sit there. But with some cats, they look for they are seeking radiation. Quite weird. But not all of them. A dog would never do that. Never. But in general, PMF works very well for pets. And yes, and also yeah, and very powerful, and it's a quite good alternative for any kinds of chemical treatments, especially when it comes again to pain relief, to wound healing, bone healing, those are the things, increasing blood circulation, more or less exactly the same what applies to human beings. So that's it.
I've been using my IMR since last November, and it started out like everyone else's sensation of like flutter. For the last few months, I've been noticing that I've been having intense pulsation, so you can actually see my body sort of pulsating different rates at different times, and it's usually affecting I have cerebral palsy, so the areas, which I think is good, no pain or anything, and I go horseback riding, and my instructors so I've seen changes. So I wanted to share this and see if there are other people as well. I know Dale said there's one client that has the same thing, but is it, you visit that, tell me, is it my body's reacting increasingly positively as time goes by, or, you know, are my cells just opening up even more, or what's your...
The thing with you is, I remember you. You were here, I think it was not in May, right? Exactly. And I you know, I didn't say it to you yet, but I was quite astonished about your progress when I saw you today. The difference between your way of experiencing your improvement and me is that I didn't see you since then. So she was on the lecture in May, right here in Vancouver, and from what I remember, because we had a personal chat there, I remember that, you're so different. You're so more, I don't know, alert, more active, the way how you walk, the way how you articulate yourself. For me, it's a big difference to what I remember when I met you in May.
I noticed it last month with my arm, I mean, it had to go close to night, and it wasn't really
Yeah.
like that. Like, it's still a little wonky, but I at least have more swing to my right arm.
Yeah, I can definitely say that. It's unbelievable. I can hardly believe it, because I remember exactly now when you were here in spring, when we had our personal conversation there. For me, it looks like a huge progress. Ciao, bye bye. In any direction. Also, your way you articulate yourself, you speak. Your voice is has more strength. This is, I can just tell you my impressions when I compare it to what I still remember from our meeting in spring. Overall, it's really cool, I must say, your progress, and I can just encourage you to keep going, because we talk about a couple months now, and I'm sure you're faithfully using it, right? Because I can just see that. But I don't know, Dave, you have pardon?
Yeah, so another thing, she also had the kinesiologist measure her arm, the contracture in her arm is actually straightening out. So it's straightening out, it's disappearing,
So is there another therapy that is happening at the same time?
I'm not really doing much else. It's an acupuncturist who was doing me before the PEMF, and he got some more straightness before the PEMF. I was going to see him again, but I don't know, he has some issues going on with the family, so I'm still waiting to come back to the clinic. But maybe I'll find someone else to help me. But I'm sure if I go back and do some acupuncture, I'll be even straighter faster. But right now I'm just doing the PEMF on my own, and it's, I can probably say safely that every week there's a little degree change in my arm. So I want to place my arm directly in contact from that. I think that's the most beneficial rather than having it like this. And I also broke my arm 2 weeks ago, and I took pictures of it showing the progress. It was the first degree
And it's gone.
Almost a very
Yeah. I mean, this is really a great progress, what I can see. And for me, it's always easier to detect because I mostly don't see the people in between. So I can compare my knowledge from one meeting to the other without having the time frame in between, and we are definitely on the right track here. I can just tell you that.
Were you going to speak to the Quick Start programs?
Yeah, about the Quick Start program. Okay, let's take this as a closer for our Thanksgiving weekend session. The Fast Start programs. First of all, like the name says, we started in the Omnium to introduce that to people because we figured out that some people sometimes have a problem to find the right setting. And it was not so much about finding the right setting. It was more this kind of insecurity of probably or maybe doing the wrong thing. Even you can't go wrong, but we took this to heart. And then we just thought about how we can pre-program certain pre-installed patterns in order to make life easier for users, especially the users who use it in the benefit of their homes. So that was more or less the story of the Fast Start programs. And then we had to find appropriate names for the Fast Starts, which were related to what we programmed. And obviously, like sleep, performance, regeneration, relaxation. So these Fast Start programs are related when it comes to the PEMF application only to 2 of the 4 properties, which is the duration of the application and the intensity level of the application. Those are the 2 they change within these Fast Start programs. So you can probably imagine, for example, if you choose the sleep program in the Fast Start, you will probably not get high intensities. Exactly. So the pre-programmed settings are on a very low level when it comes to the. You could, but that would not be the intention to do that. You should not do this. So, and usually, if you're utilizing PEMF to calm down something inside your organism, what you usually do is you apply lower intensities, but you increase the duration of the application. So, if you want to put your child to sleep, you sing the lullaby, and the longer you sing it, the more calm the person becomes and eventually fall asleep. And that's exactly with the sleep program. So you apply a very low intensity, but over a longer duration. In this case, I think it runs for about 24 minutes. Yeah. And for example, performance is a program which is quite interesting because it starts with a lower intensity and it changes the intensity with every minute of the application towards higher. So it literally increases the stimulus every 2 minutes lying on the system to bring you more and more to the performance level, but to slowly wake you up on that. So we don't apply full power right away. We gradually increase the intensity to slowly prepare the body to get to that high peak of energy.
I noticed it also works off the exogen sense finger.
Yeah. That can even customize it if you yeah.
It'll customize itself.
Yeah. Yeah. But this is outside the Fast Start programs again. Yeah. This is outside. No, it's outside. Yeah. But that's also a possibility. But to let you know, with the Fast Start programs, every pattern can be individual depending on what you're gonna do. And The intensity can change over time. Some people always they approached us and said, I think my system is not working because when I use the FASTA program, it changes the intensities. Well, that's on purpose because it's pre-programmed. So
Here's something, I don't know if you can use it. I go to, like, for example, sleep, and then I'll start it, stop it, then go to hybrid. And hybrid will automatically load the sleep program, but at the map.
Mhm.
And if I use the Exogen Sense, then it regulates.
with the hybrid, yes, yeah. With the hybrid, in the hybrid version, in the hybrid mode, the sense works, but in the FASTA program, the sense does not work. Yeah, exactly. But again, and if you add audiovisual entrainment, so if you add the hexagon brain or the omni brain with fast start, the pattern which are related to the specific program are also pre-programmed for the glasses in terms of which colors and which organ clock, which frequency spectrum. And this is also pre-programmed. So if you want to use the whole spectrum and you don't know so much about what you are doing, you can always utilize the FASTA programs. Just look what you want to do, relaxation, regeneration, performance, sleep, whatsoever. And you can also add the brainwave entrainment. It will automatically always give you the correct patterns according to what kind of FASTA program, with what kind of intention you want to use it.
Sorry, one other question?
Yeah?
If you go to the split mode, you use the iGuide system you have in there.
Yes?
Now, if you only use one side, if you put the map on split mode, use this map on one side.
Yes.
You get the iGuide, so like you can specialize it for inflammation, you can.
Exactly.
For any
That's correct.
that you have.
Yeah.
But then it's really hard, we can't change that, that's definitely preset.
Yeah, that's preset because that's why it's preset, because it's specialized.
Sometimes you just want to add some time to it or something.
Well, that-
Just do it again.
Yeah, but it makes no sense because it's specifically done for that.
It's designed-
You can always create your own application either in hybrid mode or in manual mode without the hybrid, just with the PMF. And then you can go up to 60 minutes upon whatever your discretion, what you want to do. Yeah. Okay. Oh, it's 3:45.
Can I ask a strange question?
If it can be strange and still intelligent.
Energy, how do you respond?
What is quantum energy? Well, according to physics, of course I know. According to physics, quantum physics is everything which cannot be explained anymore with Newton's physics. This is the definition. Because the problem nowadays is that when we talk about quantum physics, behind quantum physics there is not a lot of evidence yet. Because we are still limited to Newton's physics, because we still believe in the idea of Isaac Newton when it comes to prove the effects of physics. So, quantum physics, quantum medicine, quantum energy, we talk about these little things which we know that they exist, but we are not able yet to prove it. I give you a very interesting example of which we can explain with quantum physics or quantum energy, but we cannot explain with Newton's physics. And this is a very interesting phenomenon with each of you already experienced at least once in their lifetime. So imagine you sit in a restaurant and you have this feeling that somebody is observing you. Did it ever happen to you?
Yeah.
Yeah, somehow, yeah, I think, yeah. And then you somehow you see that person because for some reason something triggered you that a person is observing you. And according to Newton's physics, it makes no sense because you have no senses to detect that. You have no eyes in the back of your head. You have no other reason to believe that somebody was observing you, but it happens. And this is, we know now already from quantum physics that there are little tiny parts in the atmosphere which are not yet described in Newton's physics. Maybe you heard about them. Those are the so-called quarks.
Yeah.
And those quarks are parts. They are part of the atmosphere, and it seems that those quarks, they can somehow trigger something in our sensoric system and create that kind of impression, sensation, which obviously cannot be proven by physical science yet, but somehow it's there. And probably the next big thing in medicine, or when we talk about energy, or maybe even a new technology which can be related to this, is everything with the first word, quantum. When we go really to explore, prove, and develop the science of quantum physics, which, to my understanding and to my knowledge, is already there, but it's not developed yet. But like I said, those are the things, they are quite weird, and maybe they allow the idea to think about that there is still more in our atmosphere than we already discovered and that we already proved by science. And that will probably be the next big thing. Quite interesting. But still a myth. And that's why I don't like when I mean, a lot of these PEMF devices on the market, they name themselves quantum medicine or whatsoever, without really knowing what it's all behind, I think quantum is a very powerful word.
Yeah.
Right? You probably know it best. Right? Yeah, exactly. So, but it's hard to imagine, for me right now, what it all includes or what it all contains of, because it's so much, it's so powerful, I like the word because it also partly describes what we are doing.
You're halfway there.
Exactly, but we are only halfway there. And I think there is still a lot to explore, what we don't know yet, what will help us in the future to improve energy medicine, to make it more powerful, maybe also to discover new things which we don't know yet, and taking these new things and putting it into technology. Remember what I told you first thing in the morning was that this thing becomes boring because nothing is changing. The waveforms, it's given.
If everybody's interested, you look up Leela, L-E-E-L-A-Q.
Yeah. Okay, you got it.
LeelaQ.
LeelaQ.com.
Yeah.
Okay. But the whole thing, like the waveform is given, the frequency is given, the intensity is given.
They have done research.
Yeah. No, I'm talking about PMF now. There is not so much new.
Yeah.
And it doesn't change.
It's complete.
Exactly. It's somehow complete. It's accomplished. You know what I mean? It's accomplished. And I'm eagerly waiting for the next big thing, how we can make this whole energy medicine thing, bring it to the next level. So what's next? We explored AVE, audiovisual entrainment. We explored far infrared. We explored laser. We explored electromagnetic fields, and so on and so on, red light. So everything is more or less there. And now what most of us do is just trying to combine this with that and adding this to that. But at the end, it's nothing really sexy anymore. It works, but there is no, you know, it's not sexy anymore. Yeah. Yeah. And of course we don't have to change it, and we all know that it works.
And it empowers each individual that touches.
Yes, but I'm still looking so forward to, you know, to exploring something new and to discover something new. We will, for sure. I 100% believe in that. But right now it's more like, okay, that's it. You know, that's where we are. And maybe it's good, because maybe we need to digest this now first. Because statistically, 99.9% of all people on this planet, they don't use PEMF yet. So there is only a very exclusive group of users worldwide benefiting from this technology. Though there is still a lot of work to also excite and convince the other 99.9%. But being in this business for 30 years, and don't understand me wrong, it's not that I'm not excited about what I'm doing, still I am. Because, you know, seeing these testimonials, hearing these stories, knowing that you do good for mankind, knowing that you help people to become a better life, to change life of people, you know, business-wise and also health-wise, I mean, what more can you ask for? This is already so powerful, right? And that keeps me going on a daily basis, because it's so exciting, you know, to know that you do not harm people, you do good for people, and and you accompany so many people all over the planet for more than 10, 20, 30 years, meeting them on a constant basis, always here and there, and just, you know, hearing about all these exciting stories. I mean, that's the best thing you can ask for. However, I'm still not old enough to acknowledge that there is not the next big thing coming, and I'm sure it's coming. You know, there is something which is sleeping somewhere, and which will eventually be finally discovered and come to the surface, and then we're gonna deal with that, you know. Remember, by the way, I wanted to give you a follow-up. Remember what I introduced to you about personalized nutrition? So the product is ready to go. The lab is ready to go. The only thing is compliance. We are still in touch with Health Canada in order to import that on a legal scale. For all the people who don't know, we come up with something really cool and big, because we're gonna combine genetic testing with providing personalized nutrition for each person. So that's gonna be huge. And we have a laboratory in Austria, one of the highest decorated genetic laboratories in Europe, which is also completely certified. We more or less have the product ready. We did a lot of additional testings with different coatings and stuff like that. So we more or less know exactly where we're at and how we're going to do this. The only red flag right now is compliance, as it's always like that. Because the problem is, every product is individually manufactured for one person. And that means that on every product there is a different label on it with the content and with the ingredients and with the amounts and everything. And this is something which makes life right now very, very difficult in terms of getting regulated by Health Canada and also by the FDA. But I think we will find a way, because we're not doing anything illegal or wrong. It's just they were never they were never confronted with something like that. Yeah, it's. We talk about nutrition, but they are personalized. No, it's just nutrients. It's a supplement, but it's not a supplement. It's something which is designed according to a genetic test that you perform. So it's really tailored to you. And every product is unique. Every product. And yeah, it comes with a lot of challenge in terms of manufacturing, you can probably imagine, but we solved this. The problem is, really, yeah, it's all solved.
You're so good.
The problem is compliance.
Yeah.
And by the way, we are doing this with cosmetics too.
Wow.
For all the people who are more related to the beauty. That's going to be big as well. Cosmetics by genetics.
So this is beyond the methylated, a lot of people can't do the methylated already, right?
Yes.
Folic acid.
Yeah.
That's a big deal if you have the MTA.
Exactly. Yeah.
So is this even beyond that?
It's beyond that.
The D3,
You really get a personalized nutrition according to your genetic code, to your genetic expression. You know? Yes. Yes. You do a DNA test, a saliva test. Yeah, and we have one laboratory in Austria who is doing that. So even for North America, your saliva test goes to Austria.
The only lab in the world not working for the World Health.
Exactly. Not working for Mr. Trudeau.
Is that a permanent genetic analysis?
That's the good thing, yes. Genetic analysis needs to be done only once.
It won't change.
No. Yeah. That's also the thing about this wrong system. They always tell you to do a blood test. A blood test means nothing. It's a snapshot. Go and make a blood test, drink a bottle of wine the evening before. Your blood test will look like a piece of crap. And you do it two days later, and maybe in between you only eat good food and your blood test will look like this, But your genes are your genes. And they don't change. So that's the idea, to develop something which fits to your building block and not to your snapshot situation of your... Exactly. Exactly.
Example of what you actually would need in terms of something. What would it reflect? What would it...
Well, for example, I give you a very simple example. People tell you don't drink coffee. Well, that's wrong. You can only tell that to people who are not able genetically to deal with the caffeine in the coffee. If you have people who are capable of dissolving the caffeine because they have genetic ability to do that, then coffee is quite healthy. Because beside the caffeine, coffee contains of a lot of good nutrition. So, is coffee healthy? Yes or no? It depends on your genes. So, when we do a genetic test, we will figure out, that's about 50 to 60 genes you can check, which are related to how you're going to deal with solid and liquid food. And depending on how this result is, we will provide you with a nutritional supplement which respects the results. And also, it's not only that we give you a supplement, we also give you 250 pages of a report. Tell you, this is the food you should cook for yourself. Those are the ingredients you should use when you cook, because they fit to your genetic picture, what we figured out from the saliva test.
Can we do the test now?
No, you cannot.
But their genetics needs to be balanced with the lifestyle that they can go on.
Absolutely, that's the epigenetics. Exactly. Exactly, I agree. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah.
So
But
yours is very helpful, but
there's always a but when it comes to health, you know? And the but is always you.
your lifestyle.
Well, not you, but you know what I mean. Yeah, exactly.
Wolfgang, I think last time you said too that according to the DNA, it will give the indications also of how your body will receive the nutrients.
Exactly.
And that you time release everything in.
Yes, we created, we call them smart grains. They have a different coating and they even dissolve differently. The problem is when you take supplements, you have to make sure that they don't dissolve before they enter your intestines. So that's the first challenge. 99% of all the nutrients you buy, they are gone before they dissolve in the stomach. So the nutrients we do, they are specially coated, and they will survive until they come to the intestines where they should go. And then even there, they have a time lapse how they dissolve, because some of them they don't like each other. And if they dissolve at the same time, they will probably cancel out the effect they would create. So that's why we call them smart grains, because they are smart in terms of, they are not really smart, but they are dissolving right at the time when they should. Not to create any negative interaction with other ones in order to cancel out a potential effect. Yeah.
That coats them on.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. But it's all organic, so it's nothing chemical, and it's just. I think if you want to utilize nutrients for the future, you have to bring it to that level. Because what we are doing now, we're telling you should eat vitamin C, not knowing how much, not even knowing whether you need it or not. We tell people they should use magnesium, they should take magnesium, not knowing how much. So the problem is we provide suggestions without knowing why. So we have no evidence for that. And I think the idea is to combine suggestions with your actual building block. That makes total sense to me. And that brings the game to a completely different level. And a genetic test is one time, because it is what it is. And believe me, you can read out a lot from such a test if you want. More than you want. I mean, you can literally read out death sentence for some people. But we have about 50 to 60 genes which are interesting to look at when it comes to supplements or to nutrition. And you can do a lot out of it, like a recipe book with food which are all designed to your genetic to your genetic code. And this is something we would like to get into. Not to make it too medical, to really keep it lifestyle, but to make it personalized and to give more power to the idea of I know what you need and I can give you what you need. So cross your fingers, because I know this is such a great business opportunity for all of us. And it is not a 5,000-6,000 price tag comparing to a PEMF device. We talk about a test of 400, 450, maybe $500, and the supplements will be around 200 per month. So it's doable, really. And we just look for the compliance, and then I so want to do this because I so believe into that, and that will open a brand new chapter. So just want to give you that follow-up. We are on track from our side. We just need to get that compliance thing straight out.
What's your doorway country? Which country is your doorway?
We would like to, in North America, me personally, I would like to start in Canada. Because that's how I started with the PEMF as well. And I feel more comfortable because, I don't know, because maybe it's because I feel that Canada has more the European thinking.
If you can get into Health Canada, in Health Canada, you can get it, eh?
Yes, yeah.
Like, it's so hard in Health Canada.
What do you mean?
If you can get in through Health Canada, you can get in anywhere.
Yeah, yeah.
They are terrible.
Yes.
Yeah. What do you want to look at it? Yeah.
Exactly, and and obviously I know that a lot of people wait for this, and yeah, I know exactly with whom I want to do this. But I believe that's so huge, really. It's really big, and I'm highly motivated. But comparing to 20, 30 years ago, unfortunately, compliance is not what it is. And believe me, because I know what I'm talking about. And yes, and I don't want to burn my hands or whatsoever, you know, or put something in jeopardy or whatsoever. Yeah, we cannot, you know. So we have to make sure that we can really do that on a legal basis.
And do you have a website already?
No.
Not until you come.
Well, I have a website, but it's not online yet. Yeah. But everything is ready since long time, huh? Veronica, are you still with me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Yeah, happy to hear that. You want to go to dinner with me tonight?
I will think about it.
I will invite you if you don't mind. Okay, so more questions?
That's a good question about like marketing to, that main group is very indoctrinated, let's just say they're very brainwashed about what medicine is and
What do you mean with the whole group?
that one that's
Yeah.
right there, yes.
Yeah.
With all the meds.
Yes.
So are we, let's say, I don't have a map yet, but if I do and I want to sell it,
Yes.
am I selling to that group, or is it more like the health conscious type? Health conscious.
Probably will be both. You know, usually the ones out of this group, you probably cannot talk to those, but you can easily talk to those. Because they went through everything and they cannot find any progress. So usually those people, you don't even need to look for them because they will find you. They are still motivated, thinking that even if they belong already to the group, they can find somehow a way out of it. Without knowing what we are knowing, that they are already in deep shit.
So, but I think it takes a talent of how to recognize where they are.
Exactly, you know, exactly.
To deal with them.
And that needs a couple side effects, and a couple side effects of the side effects, and a couple health crises to figure that out exactly. Yeah. But you described perfectly. The target groups for these products are the desperate ones, based on my experience, and more the people who want to stay healthy. Which was not like that 20 years ago. Because 20 years ago PEMF was the last exit scenario for people who didn't have no hope anymore. And now, with the education level we have amongst the people who are health conscious, and the knowledge just being intrigued to find out something new, that opens this target group of health conscious people, of people who use it as a preventive modality, that opens that target group more and more, which is fine because this target group is even bigger than the not so healthy ones. And those people are more thankful because they don't need to prove in showing up a change in their health status, because you more or less are healthy, they want to stay healthy, so they don't seek for proof. They know already that it's going to work. Whereas, you know, the half-dead ones, you have to show up when you introduce PEMF, and you have to change their condition for good. So, you know, but I am actually more and more convinced also to talk to the healthy people, also the younger people become more health conscious, you know, and they are also willing to invest in their health. And that's why I think the business in the future will be not more better than it was before, because the target groups are just I wouldn't say exploding, but we have more health conscious people amongst the healthy people whom we never saw as a target group 10, 20 years ago, and now it becomes one, and a very interesting one.
I think allopathic medicine is doing itself harm.
Yep.
And
Just a general.
Yeah, they.
Just a general economic reflection here. A year ago, there was much more disposable income available to everyone. Today, with the interest rates and all the rest of the economic, I noticed a lot of the recreation stuff. Nothing's moving, nothing's selling. And, you know, maybe a little more difficult to promote something.
Yes.
Just because of the economy.
Absolutely, and we that's part of the market. It is right now, and believe me, we have the same situation in Europe. It's not only here. I mean, we were shocked last time when we were in Canada, in the East Coast. We were in Toronto on a Saturday, and most of there's this nice district where all these big brands are, and 50% of the stores were closed. They were even empty. It was really sad. Even the area where our office is located, 50% is empty. So that was quite irritating to me to see that. But I always said it, the real result of what they did to us for 3 years will show off the 2-3 years after it's over. And now it slowly comes to the surface, you know, with the inflation, with small businesses closings, and all that stuff. It's we have to deal with that on an increasing basis for the next 1-2 years, for sure, until it gets eventually a little better.
The point to make is don't give up.
If we're allowed to get better, thank you.
Don't give up. You're still laying groundwork for when it improves.
Yeah.
Some guy, I talked to you a year ago about this. Do you still sellers?
I think sometimes I have the impression that they want us to fail.
oh yeah.
And they just want the big companies to take over, because then it's less work for them to administrate them, to maintain them.
One ball, one chain.
That's part of it.
Unfortunately, that's my observation.
Yeah.
He has all the reason to be. And
After the last few years?
yeah, I think so too. Yes, it's unfortunately.
On the wall.
Mhm. Pardon?
The writing is on the wall.
Yes. So it's only us who can still change that.
You know, before 2020 even happened, I, for some reason, said to Paul, you know, anybody ever came around and said, we want those mats you people have we're recalling them, they're not beneficial, I'll hide them in my floorboards. There's no way they're getting my mat back, because this is where they're going, right? They don't want us to have these things.
No.
No.
They don't want us to heal ourselves.
That's right, yeah.
They want us dependent on us.
So, yeah.
When you
Get
get
them
out
out
there
there
and
and hide them.
borders coming in upon us.
Yeah, but it's only us who can still do something against that. You know, we have to realize that it's not them; they will not change. You know, it's only us. And
I had 4 children living in 4 different countries last year. 2 of them knew all about ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, you know, a whole bit. They knew this is even bad off the shelf. There's just no, but stop it because they're going to say no next. All of that crazy stuff was not happening in their country. People were so big, no problem. We'll just go about our business.
There's
But
a
the
quote.
hype.
Yeah.
There's a quote from Ronald Reagan, and it goes like this. It's what are the 8 scariest words in the English language? They're, I'm from the government, I'm here to help.
yeah.
We're gonna keep you safe.
But like I said, that's development. You can observe it in every country right now, and there must be a plan behind that because it's so obvious, right? Or maybe they are really so stupid. I mean, they are, but so stupid that it happened. It just happens. But I cannot believe in that.
It was planned for
Yeah,
years.
I cannot believe in that. But it's only us who can do something. Never forget that. And as long as we sit and take it with pride, nothing will change. Even if we take it with pride. At a certain point, we have to stand up, which is painful. It becomes painful, and it will happen. Maybe not in all countries, but in several countries it will start. And then we will see where it takes us, you know. But as long as it doesn't happen, we still do what we are doing. We believe in what we are doing. We're being ambassadors in what we are doing, and I'm just very, very thankful that you allowed us today to be your guest here in the house, even if it's a Thanksgiving weekend, which means a lot to me that you invest the time to come here and spend the whole day with a jet-lagged guy. I was getting better after lunch, I must say. You know, I started to adapting to Canada time. Slowly but surely.
I think the thanks should come from us.
No.
I think you're very remarkable man.
No, it's all good. Don't worry. I'm just a small fish from a nice village in South Bavaria. I still don't even know. It's 500 people live there. Ja, ein bisschen, aber das ist so klein. Ja. It's so tiny. Coming with my wife, she was born and raised in South Moravia, which is a very nice place in Czech Republic, where the beautiful women grow on the trees. Just need to shake the trees. Yeah, and I come from, you know, I'm coming from Bavaria, where the cows are more beautiful than the girls. So now you know the whole story, how we ended up being together. Yeah, exactly. So I have to leave now because I have to go back to the hotel and get the credits for what I said. Thank you very much for being together with you guys, and all the best for you. God bless you, and keep on doing what you're doing. You're all good people. You have the heart on the right place, and pulse on, and stay healthy. Thank you very much. Thank you.